Hey there, glad you're here. Tonight, we're diving into a story that's equal parts damp and delightful, because we're talking about something most of us take for granted, taking a bath, or rather, trying to take a bath. Mesopotamia. And also probably scratching their heads over how to get clean without making it a full contact sport. Spoiler, it involved more dirt than you might expect. If you enjoy these sleepy strolls through the quieter corners of human history, where no one's particularly excited, everyone's slightly dusty, and the plumbing is aggressively non-existent, feel free to like and subscribe. No pressure, of course. Just a quiet thank you if this kind of thing brings you even a little bit of peace. Now, before we begin, I'd love to hear from you. Where are you watching from tonight? And what time is it where you are? It's always nice to imagine all of us scattered across the world, listening under lamplight or moonlight. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft hum in the background, or pull up a blanket and let your thoughts drift toward something slow and soothing. Let your eyes soften, your breathing settle, and your mind unclenched just enough to enjoy a tale best enjoyed half-awake. And with that, let's slip quietly into the past together. You've probably heard that Mesopotamia was the cradle of civilization. It wasn't because they were lazy, quite the opposite. The ancient Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians were thinkers, builders, and organizers of the ancient world. They just lived in a world where water wasn't your friend, that was unpredictable, limited, and deeply spiritual. Let's say it's 2500 BCE, and you live in Uruk. Your skin is sticky from desert heat. The smell of fish, livestock, and dust thickens the air like syrup. You might feel compelled to wash, but what does washing mean in a world where water is both life and death? The two rivers Tigris and Euphrates ran the show. These rivers were your highway, your lifeline, and your toilet. People bathed in them, yes, but not often, and not casually. They were sacred bodies, watched over by gods like Enki and Ea. Entering them wasn't just a personal decision, it was a religious one. If you were impure, the water might curse you, or worse, flood your house. And even if you wanted to bathe, logistics stood in your way. The rivers were not pristine oases. They carried silt, sewage, corpses, and crocodiles. You weren't washing in bottled spring water. You were dipping yourself in a communal soup shared by butchers, potters, oxen, and plague. It was more of a gamble than a cleanse. So how did people stay clean? Cleanliness was defined through ritual purity, not bacteria counts. If you had access to scented oils, you'd apply them generously, not just to smell nice, but to bind the dirt to the oil. Then you'd scrape the oil off with a bronze or bone tool. It was effective for removing sweat and some dirt, not so much for infection or parasites. And this wasn't a daily routine. Oil was expensive, tools required skill to make, and time. If you were a farmer or a porter, every minute not hauling water or grain was a minute wasted. Most people lived with their grime until it became unbearable lore, until the gods required them to be clean. Temples maintained their own bathing facilities, but they weren't like Roman baths or Turkish hammams. These were small chambers, sometimes little more than stone basins. They weren't for pleasure. They were for ritual, washing be, for sacrifices, prayers, or holy festivals. The priests got first access, ordinary citizens, not invited. What's fascinating is how serious Mesopotamians were about bodily functions. Archaeologists have uncovered clay tablets with surprisingly specific instructions: how to handle a bad-smelling house, how to clean certain body parts before entering sacred spaces, and even how to purge demons via scented incense and washing rites. Cleanliness wasn't aesthetic. It was defensive award against spiritual contamination. The Assyrians, who came later, were just as precise. Some records show kings commissioning elaborate bathhouses with copper basins and drains likely ceremonial. Yet in cities like Nineveh, where art and scholarship flourished, the average person still bathed rarely. When you live in a city of 100,000 people, most of whom throw their waste into the street or canal, you don't bathe, you endure. Even cosmetics followed this rule. Women used kohl not just for beauty, but as protection against the evil eye and infections. Perfume wasn't luxury, it was spiritual armor, scent masked, wrought, and signed. If you reeked of frankincense or cedar oil, you weren't showing off. You were warding off disease or demons or both. There's evidence that midwives, barbers, and healers all had roles in maintaining cleanliness, but these were spiritual services. A midwife might wash her hands in beer or oil not because she understood germ theory, but because the texts said the goddess Ninhursag demanded it. It was obedience, not hygiene science. Even waste disposal was more theological than municipal. In some cities, there were cesspits or clay pipes, but many homes had only small holes in the floor, leading nowhere. A servant or child would carry out waste to the riverbanks, sometimes accompanied by a spoken spell. The act of removing waste was literally an act of exorcism. The smell is part of life. And let's not forget, there was no soap, not in the way we think of it. The closest thing was a mix of alkaline ash and animal fat, used mostly for laundry. Your body. You'd wipe it with cloth, oil, or sandy, depending on your class and resources. All this leads to one strange truth. Mesopotamians weren't dirty by accident. They were dirty by ritual design. Their society had a framework for managing grime, one built on belief, not biology. And that belief was powerful enough to dictate when and how you could touch water. So the next time you reach for a hot shower after a sweaty walk, imagine being told that the water is sacred, cursed, and possibly full of dead fish, and you need a priest's blessing just to get wet. The rivers gave you life. The priests told you how to live it. And when disease arrived, it wasn't because you forgot to wash. A god walked past a cursed doorway, or perhaps inhaled the breath of a demon. Illness wasn't bacterial, it was personal. The Mesopotamians had no concept of contagion as we know it. Germ theory was 3,000 years away, yet they built surprisingly sophisticated responses to illness responses, based not on science, but on belief systems, so structured they almost acted like public health policies. Let's say you wake up with a fever and swollen eyes. Your neighbor across the street had the same problem last week. The local healer, Aipu exorcist priest, tells you the cause isn't spoiled lentils. She may have entered your home through the north window, or through a dream, or because you forgot to leave bread at the local shrine. The cure. It isn't garlic or herbs. It's a ritual washing involving scented smoke, chants, amulets, and sometimes the symbolic sacrifice of a small animal, often a bird. You are given a clay tablet with an incantation to repeat while burning juniper resin. You are scrubbed, not with soap, but with river water poured through a filter made of reeds, filtered more spiritually than physically. The illness is treated, not as something to eliminate, but to persuade to leave. But here's where it gets fascinating. This wasn't nonsense. Many rituals involved fumigation, aromatics, and segregation. You were sometimes isolated, not because they knew you were contagious, but because you were spiritually unclean. The results, unintentionally, were early quarantine methods, not out of science, but fear of cosmic imbalance. Temples maintained healing shrines, particularly those dedicated to gods like Gula, the goddess of healing, often depicted with her dog. People would walk miles to reach her temples, where healing rituals were conducted by both physicians, ASE, and exorcists, IPU. These two professions often worked in tandem, one applying poultices and chants, the other banishing demons and bad omens. The division between physical and spiritual care barely existed. The body was a map of omens. Your liver, for instance, was thought to contain divine messages, so liver-reading hepatoscopy was common. Cattle were sacrificed, their livers examined for blemishes, colors, and shape. If the left lobe was too small, the gods were angry. If it glistened unnaturally, danger was near. Entire public policies, whether to go to war, build a canal, or harvest early could hinge on the appearance of animal organs. Asterisk. What does this have to do with bathing? Everything. Because purity was prevention. Ritual washing, especially of the hands and mouth, was practiced before meals, prayers, or touching sacred texts. Not for sanitation, no one knew about microbes, but because clean hands didn't offend the gods. Even children had to be purified after nightmares, or after seeing a corpse. Of prayers and sometimes offerings, not because it was unsanitary, but because death attracted spirits, and yet, somehow, it worked. The elite had latrines that emptied into cesspits. Some homes had gutters that carried waste away from living quarters. Again, not for comfort, but for ritual. Cleanliness temples couldn't smell like sewage. After all, the city of Nippur, a religious capital, even had separate zones for pure and impure tasks. Certain gates were forbidden to menstruating women. Public fountains had inscriptions warning the unclean not to approach yourself before entering markets or sacred areas. In this context, public hygiene becomes a kind of invisible architecture. Rules about movement, access, and washing created social order. The sick were isolated, the dead were ritualized, hung on walls. These included images of Pazuzu, a terrifying winged demon who ironically protected against worse demons. People would bathe in front of these figures, not because they helped remove grime, but because they stopped invisible filth from clinging to your spirit. For the average person, head while whispering your name backwards to confuse the spirits. No soap, no scrubbing, just words, water, and faith. And when this didn't work, when cities flooded, when disease spread, and children died, the Mesopotamians didn't blame their sanitation. They built cities, codified law, invented writing, studied the stars, and still chose to battle disease with perfume and prayers. Why? Because for them, life itself was a sacred contamination, and the goal wasn't to be clean and servants. But the one thing you didn't necessarily have was a bathtub. Not in the sense we think of it. It was divine presentation. Let's begin in the royal courtyard of your browned 2100 BCE. The king is preparing for a ceremony honoring Nana, the moon god. He doesn't bathe, he is prepared. Pour it over his shoulders while chanting sacred phrases. Then, specially perfumed oils are massaged into his skin, not wiped off. Yes, but they were not functional. They left you slick, shiny, and overwhelmingly fragrant. Cedar oil, myrrh, frankincense, and even tar-based compounds were common. Of power, used sparingly and often stored in stone or alabaster jars. To touch one was a privilege. To be anointed with one meant you were meant to be seen. Royal women followed similar rituals, symbolic, applying kohl around the eyes, protected against both evil spirits and the sun's glare. Red ochre on the lips. It wasn't just pretty, it warded off curses. Actual bathing occurred. It was often in dedicated ritual basins. Archaeologists have uncovered large stone baths in palace complex, sunken and lined with bitumen or baked clay. Water had to be fetched, filtered, and sanctified. A king did not simply walk into water. The water walked into the king. Interestingly, servants bathed more frequently than royals, but not because they had more access. They had more reason. Sacred areas. But these baths were harsh. Cold water, sand, ash scrubs, maybe a cloth. Just hurry up and get back to work, despite their resources. Palaces were not immune to the problems of urban density, flies, rot, and illness. Waste pits were used, but rarely cleaned. It might evite because the smell kept bad spirits at bay. The belief was, if the air smells clean, to ensure the king's spiritual hygiene. Before the king entered battle, spoke to oracles, or even ate certain meals, this exorcist would perform a cleansing, right, sometimes using nothing more than water poured over statues of divine protectors. This was called Namburbi, a reversal ritual designed to cancel out omens. If the king had a bad dream, a full ritual bath might follow. There's one surviving text where a king dreamed of blood dripping from the sky. The solution, a full-body oil anointing while standing naked inside a circle of salt and reeds, then burning incense. What about plumbing? Royal palaces had basic drainage systems, some with baked brick conduits and sloped floors. But these were for run-off used water, not bathing water. Latrines were usually separate. Elite Mesopotamians may have had something close to ritual spas. In cities like Mari and Ashur, remains of complex bath areas show signs of being used for both practical and spiritual purposes. But again, these were not public. Tombs, too, included hygiene items, combs, mirrors, jars of oils, cloths, and even small clay basins. This suggests they believed the dead would need to continue washing in the afterlife, not because they might get dirty. Being clean, it was about being prepared to speak with the gods, to appear in public, to avoid bad omens. If you smelled like a cedar grove and glowed like polished bronze, you were ready for the throne. What lingered beneath the oil didn't matter. Dirt didn't disgrace you. Had a scrub in weeks. Your robes are stiff with dust, but your shoulders glisten with sacred oil and your beard is perfectly curled. You step into the temple and the priests bow. that the Romans built aqueducts, fountains, and bathhouses, that they were obsessed with cleanliness. But if you were a middle-class Roman, say, a baker, a shopkeeper, or a retired soldier, your daily toilet routine was less marble luxury and more careful negotiation with shame. There was no indoor plumbing in the average Roman home. If you were wealthy, yes, you might have a latrine tucked beside the kitchen or bath, connected to a private sewer. But for most urban dwellers, especially in crowded cities like Rome or Pompeii, your bathroom was a pot in a corner, a pot you emptied when it got full, if you were responsible. These were called chamber pots, and they were as common as cooking. Jars made of clay or bronze, sometimes even recycled amphory. They sat under stools, beds, or kitchen counters. If you needed to relieve yourself in the night, you used the pot. If you had guests over, you tried to ignore its presence. Smell was inescapable. What did you do with the contents? If you were decent, you carried it down the stairs, often 5 or 6 flights, and dumped it into the Folonica public waste pit, the street. Roman laws technically banned this, especially during daylight, but enforcement was inconsistent. Thus, walking under upper-story windows in a Roman city was a game of chance for public toilets. These were often connected to aqueduct-fed sewers, like the famous Cloaca Maxima. The latrines themselves were stone benches with keyhole-shaped holes, aligned side by side with no partitions. Privacy was not part of the design. Neither were gender divisions, at least early on. You'd enter, lift your tunic, and sit next to a stranger while chatting about politics or yesterday's bread. Beneath the bench ran a shallow stream of water, occasionally flushed from behind by laborers tasked with maintaining the flow. It carried waste into the deeper sewer channels or not. So much if you were lucky, the sponge was damp. If you were unlucky, it was too damp thanks to the previous user. Wealthier citizens carried cloth or wool, which they discarded after use. That evil spirits lurked in bathrooms. Toilets were associated with death, disease, and impurity. Some latrines had protective frescoes or carvings gods like Fortuna or Hercules, painted to ward off misfortune. People whispered spells or carried amulets into the toilet. Some muttered names of protective spirits while wiping thumbs, simply avoided the toilet altogether. This wasn't paranoia. Ancient texts are full of tales of toilet accidents, deadly ones, people falling into cesspits. Rome was filled with rodents. Sewers were cozy places for rats, and sometimes they climbed back out. As a result, many people held it in, especially women, who often avoided public toilets entirely due to lack of privacy and the very real risk of assault. Some used chamber pots exclusively or urinated in small jars, which they discreetly emptied near drainage points. Others timed their outings so they could use facilities at bathhouses, a peculiar halfway point between civic pride and bacterial nightmare. You'd finish your soak, wrap yourself in a linen towel, then cross a tiled corridor to a communal latrine. The sponginestic waited. The marble might be warm, the air less so. Interestingly, urine wasn't just waste, it was also a commodity. The Romans collected it in jars, placed outside homes and along streets. Full pots were sold to foolers, who used it to clean clothes. Why? Because urine contains ammonia, a powerful cleanser. Roman clothes didn't just smell like sweat, they smelled like success, and P. So yes, hygiene was a Roman obsession, but that obsession had limits. It was driven more by appearances and status than by actual understanding of health. Wealthy villas had beautiful mosaic latrines, but the waste still had to be carried out manually or channeled to a collective pit. The emperor might bathe daily in perfumed water, but a sponge shared by 30 men was still the standard for wiping. What's fascinating is how shame regulated behavior. Graffiti in Pompeii warns, "Do not dump waste here. The gods see everything." Elsewhere, inscriptions threaten fines or curses. And yet, chamber pot accidents were so common that they appear in legal documents. One Roman law even discusses compensation for being struck by falling waste. You could sue someone for dropping a full pot on your head, and people did. This was the reality of daily Roman life, a city full of art, politics, and theater, and yet, behind every columned courtyard and frescoed wall, a quiet war raged against human waste. Toilets were both technological marvels and social compromises, because, in Rome, to use the bathroom wasn't just a necessity, was a performance, a test of dignity, discretion, and bladder control. The cleaner your tunic, the more important you were. The fuller your pot, the less likely you'd admit it. To understand Roman sanitation, you have to stop thinking like a modern city planner and start thinking like a ritual-conscious engineer with a taste for spectacle. The Romans were brilliant at building infrastructure. Built in the 6th century BCE, it was originally a drainage canal to carry stormwater away from low-lying areas. Over time, it evolved into a vast underground tunnel system that flushed runoff. But functionally, it was more symbolic than sanitary. Average Roman thought of sewers not as a public health achievement, but as a convenience. This was not out of sight, out of mind. In dry months, these filled with standing water, animal waste, spilled wine, rotting food, and worse. Pedestrians wore high-soled shoes not for fashion, but to avoid wading through liquid filth. Graffiti warns of slick tiles and night soil, human waste dumped in the dark. Even public toilets, the so-called pride of Roman urbanism, had their secrets. Beneath those neat stone benches was a channel. Yes, but it was often clogged, stagnant, or home to unpleasant creatures. Maintenance workers were assigned to clear blockages, but pay was low and turnover high. The stench, a fact of life, and that tersorium, the sponge on a stick. Roman authors joked about it frequently. Martial, the poet, warned readers to check the stick before using. Why? Because it might have been used with particular enthusiasm by someone else. There's no clear record of how often they were cleaned, if at all. Vinegar solutions may have killed some bacteria, but they may have also preserved them. This raises an uncomfortable truth. Communal sponges, shared seating, stagnant water, these were perfect breeding grounds for disease. And yet, they didn't connect illness to these systems. They blamed bad air, divine punishment, or imbalances in bodily humors. Despite this, Roman cities functioned. They were messy but structured. Markets had staff who swept waste into designated pits. Wealthy homeowners paid slaves to carry chamber pots downstairs and dump them discreetly. The system worked, but only with constant human labor. In less affluent districts, there was no such order. People dumped trash wherever there was room. Some apartment buildings insulate. Rome was famed for its aqueducts, 9 of them by the end of the 1st century CE. These carried clean spring water to public fountains, bathhouses, and elite villas. But middle-class homes, no pipes, every day. This scarcity shaped behavior. People used less water, cleaned less frequently, shared water for cooking, drinking, washing, and cleaning chamber pots. And always the smell lingered. It wasn't considered shameful. It was Roman. In bathhouses, things were a little better. The water was heated, filtered barely, and changed occasionally. But baths were public, crowded, and often oily. Refreshing, yes. Clean, not exactly. Still, the baths were a cornerstone of Roman life. They were where deals were made, gossip shared, and politics whispered. They also served as informal toilets. While some had designated latrines, many bathgoers relieved themselves in dark corners, or, more commonly, in the pools themselves. Contemporary writers complained bitterly about this. Nothing changed, and yet this system persisted for centuries. The empire's longevity wasn't because of its cleanliness, but because of its ability to manage filth with ritual, routine, and manpower. Disease outbreaks happened, plagues, dysentery, chronic parasites, but no one saw the toilet as the culprit. Instead, Romans turned to magic and medicine. Amulets warded off toilet demons. Physicians prescribed purgatives, fasting, or mineral waters. Prayer and sacrifice did the rest. So while the Roman sewer system was impressive in scale, it was misunderstood in function. It gave the appearance of control, but disease still spread. Children still died from bad water. People still cursed when the sponge was dry. In the end, Rome didn't fall because of its toilets. But its toilets remind us that technology without understanding is just a fancy way to spread waste faster. Rome fell, and as its roads cracked and its forums emptied, one thing fell quieter than the rest: the sound of flushing water. By the 6th century CE, the mighty aqueducts that fed the Roman baths and fountains had started to dry up. Some were destroyed during sieges, others were simply left to decay. Latrines crumbled, public toilets filled with rubble, the once proud sponge onistic, forgotten or worse, repurposed. The toilets of the Roman world had been communal, functional, and, in their way, democratic. But without empire, without engineers, and without the slaves who once maintained them, the whole system collapsed. What replaced it? Pots, holes, ditches, and, more than anything else, the re-emergence of shame in the early Middle Ages. Especially in former Roman territories, sanitation became private, again not because people were modest, but because public systems no longer worked. Homes, if you were lucky enough to have one, often had no designated toilet space at all. You relieved yourself outside, behind hedges, or over the edge of a field. Urban dwellers used chamber pots just as before, but now they emptied them into alleys where no sewer waited to collect the mess. And unlike Rome, the civic pride in cleanliness faded. The early medieval worldview was less concerned with appearance and more focused on moral purity. Dirt wasn't just physical, it was sinful. Excrement became a metaphor. Priests preached against the filth of the flesh. Bathing declined, and with it, routine washing. Yet chamber pots remained humble, stinking link between the glory of the empire and the rot of the post-Roman world. Pottery records show that even the poorest households used them. But now, Instead of being emptied into a latrine, they were dumped into cesspit-unlined holes in the yard or thrown into the street, just as in old Rome. But without even the memory of a drainage plan, cities like Paris and London grew in density, but not in sanitation. Streets were caked with mud, dung, and ash. Regulations were occasionally passed. Do not empty pots from upper windows. Clean your street or face a fine, but they were rarely enforced. The bucket toss continued. One chronicler in 12th century London wrote that the streets flowed like open sewers during spring thaws. In Paris, Street of the Dog Pit was, literally where animal waste was thrown and buried. Sanitation workers existed, but they were few. Their job was to collect human waste and transport it outside the city, often to be used as fertilizer. But in practice, much was simply abandoned. Toilets, if you had one, were now mostly prives, small wooden structures built over pits. No water, no flushing, just gravity and time. They were often shared by entire families or even rows of houses. Once the pit was full, you hired someone to empty it, or you moved the structure and started a new hole. Public latrines vanished almost completely. The communal spirit of Rome gave way to privacy, secrecy, and the return of filth as fate. Some monasteries preserved Roman ideas of hygiene, with structured latrines and hand-washing stations. But in cities, the infrastructure was gone, and so were the habits. Interestingly, even language changed. Latin words for toilets faded. New euphemisms emerged. The necessary, the little house, the garden. People didn't speak openly of waste. They suffered it silently, and yet the humble chamber pot endured. It became more decorated in noble homes, inscribed, sometimes even made of pewter. But its purpose never changed. When nature called, you answered and hoped. No one saw you dump the answer out the window. This period also saw the rise of toilet-related laws, many of which are as specific as they are grim. In 14th century England, tenants could be evicted for building prives too close to wells. In German towns, waste management became a regulated trade, though more in theory than practice. Even more curious, people started to forget how advanced Roman sanitation once was. The bathhouses and sewers were dismissed as pagan luxuries. Latrines were seen as vulgar. Washing was reserved for feast days or illness. For centuries, Europeans lived surrounded by filth, fearing it, moralizing it, but rarely organizing it. When the Black Death hit in the 14th century, many blamed the smell. The miasma theory of disease, the idea that foul air caused plague, forced the need to keep waste somewhat controlled. But it didn't lead to innovation. People burned incense, chewed herbs, and prayed. The idea of a sewer was remembered, but not revived. Ironically, some of the best sanitation records in medieval Europe come not from engineers, but from poets. Satirists wrote about the dangers of walking too close to buildings. Legal scribes documented lawsuits over falling waste, and yet for centuries, the toilet regressed. It wouldn't be until the 18th and 19th centuries that sanitation returned as a civic goal: flushing toilets, underground sewers, clean water. But by then, Rome's elegant, if misunderstood system was long forgotten. What remained? The chamber pot. Its shape barely changed. Its use stayed the same, passed from Roman tenement to medieval hut, from marble apartment to mud floor cottage. A quiet survivor of empires and plagues. If you were an Athenian in the 5th century BCE, chances are you shared more than just ideas and olives with your neighbors. You shared opinions in the agora, sweat in the gymnasium, and uncomfortably. Often your bathroom sponge. Despite their advances in philosophy, mathematics, and politics, the ancient Greeks had an awkward relationship with personal hygiene. They celebrated the body, but had few private places to clean it. They built stunning temples, but rarely lavatories. Cleanliness mattered, just not the kind that required soap, plumbing, or solitude. Let's begin in a modest Greek homa. Oikos. These houses were centered around a courtyard, with separate areas for men, andron, and women, gynekitis. Water was fetched from public fountains, stored in clay vessels, and rationed carefully. There were no private bathrooms, and very few had any kind of dedicated toilet space. Relief, both urgent and routine, was handled with chamber pots, small terracotta vessels used indoors and emptied outside, preferably far from judgmental eyes. As in Rome, the Greeks had laws about where and when you could dump human waste, and as in Rome, many ignored them. Some city-states, like Athens, employed workers to clean streets, but enforcement was sporadic. If you lived near the poorer quarters, your morning walk might involve sidestepping last night's dinner and what came after it, and then there was the sponge. Before the Romans popularized the tersorium, the Greeks used a similar, simpler tool, a stone or ceramic shard known as a pesos. That's right, many wiped with stones, rounded ones, ideally. Archaeological finds suggest these were stored in baskets, near chamber pots, or in public latrines. Some were even inscribed with words like bad luck or the names of disliked politicians, a not-so-subtle political gesture. The practice was so widespread that the term 3 stones became a euphemism for going to the toilet. But the real innovation, or the real horror, came with the introduction of sponges in gymnasiums, bathhouses, and some wealthier homes. Sea sponges were used for cleaning the body. These were expensive items, imported from places like Crete or North Africa. Sponges were soaked in water or vinegar, used communally, and stored in open jars or hung to dry. Yes, communal. Just as athletes shared oil flasks and strigils, scraping tools, they shared sponges. After wrestling or running, men would anoint themselves with olive oil, then scrape it off along with dirt and sweat. Then they might wipe with a sponge, and when finished, back in the jar it went. This communal ethos extended to early Greek latrines, though evidence is sparse. The few discovered facilities, mostly in sanctuaries or public baths, consisted of stone benches with holes, often with a drainage channel beneath. There were no dividers, no privacy, just a shared experience, like voting, philosophizing, or marching to war. If you were sick, however, you might be washed more thoroughly. Physicians like Hippocrates believed in balancing the humors: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. Bathing was part of this, especially if disease or melancholy lingered. Water might be warmed and mixed with herbs. Baths were prescribed as remedies. But again, they were social, not private, and rarely involved soap. Soap, by the way, was uncommon. The Greeks preferred sand, ash, and oil. Soap-like substances did exist resinous pastes and herbal blends, but they were used mostly for laundry. You washed yourself with oil, scraped it off, then rinsed, if possible. This was less about removing germs and unknown concept, and more about restoring balance and appeasing the gods. Speaking of the divine, ritual purification often involved water. Before entering a temple or conducting a sacrifice, worshippers might wash their hands and face. Certain sacred sites, like the oracle at Delphi, had designated fountains for ritual cleansing. But this didn't translate into broader hygiene habits. The water was sacred, not scrubbing. Interestingly, women had even less access to hygiene infrastructure, confined largely to the home with limited movement in public spaces. They depended on chamber pots, cloths, and the occasional servant to assist with washing. Menstruation was handled with folded rags and wool, rinsed by hand in basins. There were no tampons, no soap, no privacy, just habit. And when illness struck, healers advised warm baths, but more often prescribed purging, vomiting, bleeding. Sweating bathing was seen as restorative only in moderation. Too much water, they feared, weakened the body. A man who bathed too often was considered soft. A woman who bathed alone was suspicious. So here's the strange truth. The Greeks idolized the body in marble, painted it on vases, wrote poems to its perfection. Tools. You might finish a run, scrape your skin with oil, wipe with a sponge last used by your wrestling partner, then sit in a stone toilet beside a philosopher. And no one would find that odd, because hygiene wasn't about privacy. It wasn't about sterility. It was about belonging to the gymnasium, to the city, to the rituals of life and death. A sponge, however unfortunate, was just another shared burden. The ancient Greeks were not content to stay home. By the 4th century BCE, thanks in large part to one ambitious Macedonian named Alexander the Great, Greek culture was being exported like pottery and olive oil. It reached Egypt, Persia, India, and beyond. Along with it came philosophy, architecture, and unfortunately communal hygiene habits that didn't always survive. Translation: Alexander's conquest didn't just reshape borders. It reshaped daily life, including how people bathed, groomed, and defecated. In newly founded cities like Alexandria, Greek urban planning was imposed on foreign soil. Gridded streets, agoras, gymnasiums, and public baths were built with brisk efficiency. But the soil, climate, and cultural expectations weren't always compatible with the Greek way of doing things. Take Alexandria, founded in 331 BCE on the Nile Delta. It was a city designed to impress a blend of Greek rationalism and Egyptian grandeur. Its gymnasiums included bathing areas with shallow pools and tiled floors. Sponges, oil flasks, and strigils were imported from the Aegean. But Egyptian attitudes toward water and ritual cleansing were very different. The Egyptians had bathed for centuries, often daily, using basins of cool water, linen cloths, and natron, a mineral salt for cleansing. Cleanliness was central to both religion and daily life. Priests shaved their bodies, laundered their robes daily, and bathed multiple times per day as an offering of purity. Water was sacred, and bathing was serious business. So when Greeks arrived with their oil scraping and sponge sharing rituals, it created cultural friction. To the Egyptians, these methods were dirty, even sacrilegious. You didn't rub oil onto a dusty body and scrape it off in public. You washed properly, or you didn't wash at all. Still, the Greeks didn't change much. They built Greek-style baths, used Greek methods, and expected non-Greeks to adopt them. In many cases, they did at least on the surface. Bilingual inscriptions in bathhouses suggest that Egyptian and Greek users shared spaces, tools, and probably microbes. But behind the scenes, habits diverged. Egyptians likely maintained their own cleansing routines at home, outside the sponge-slicked walls of the gymnasium. Further east, in Persia, the Greek hygiene model faced even more resistance. Persian elites had long maintained a tradition of private bathing, often involving perfumed water, domesticated slaves, and elaborate garden courtyards. Privacy was valued, modesty was essential, and the idea of sitting shoulder-to-shoulder on a stone bench, wiping with a reused sponge, was seen as crude. Greek conquerors built public toilets and bathing rooms, but they were often used only by other Greeks. Locals avoided them or adapted them into more discreet spaces. In some cases, Persian influence changed the Greek model itself. Later, Hellenistic bathhouses in Anatolia and the Levant show signs of individual stalls, partitions, and increased attention to water management. The communal ideal softened. Privacy crept back in. But even as Greek hygiene was transplanted, it remained remarkably stubborn in cities across the Mediterranean. From Cyrene to Ephesus, archaeologists have found near-identical toilet benches, sponge jars, and bathing basins. The system traveled not because it was effective, but because it was familiar. And in a colonized world, familiarity was control. Greek settlers felt anchored by their rituals, rubbing oil onto their skin, scraping it off with a bronze tool, sitting bare-bottomed beside strangers. It was all part of a civic identity. You weren't just cleaning yourself, you were participating in Greekness. This attitude extended even to Greek colonies in southern Italy and Sicily. In places like Syracuse and Tarentum, latrines were placed next to symposia rooms and public fountains, indicating that hygiene remained communal and visible even as Roman influence loomed nearby, with its own ideas of plumbing and privacy. But this export wasn't without cost. Disease followed. Lice and skin infections were common. Eye infections spread rapidly in gymnasiums. Communal water supplies, reused tools, and poorly maintained waste channels created ideal conditions for parasites. Still, the connection between hygiene and illness was not understood. Instead, health was still seen as a matter of balance. If you fell ill, it wasn't because someone else's sponge gave you pink eye. It was because your bile was overheated or your phlegm sluggish. The solution wasn't cleaning, it was fasting, sweating, bleeding. Greek physicians like Galen and Hippocrates wrote volumes about health. They studied anatomy, they theorized about digestion and emotion, but they never recommended boiling your sponge. That idea simply didn't exist. So in these colonized cities, where Greek ideals collided with local traditions, hygiene became a kind of performance. Greeks bathed publicly to prove their culture. Non-Greeks adapted or quietly avoided the bathhouses altogether. Meanwhile, the oil and grime flowed freely. The legacy mixed. Some Greek practices were absorbed into later Roman systems. Others vanished. Alexandria's bathhouses became more Egyptian over time. Persian towns reverted to private hygiene, even if, by today's standards, it was more bacteria than beauty. By the 2nd century BCE, the Romans had grown tired of admiring Greek art and philosophy from a distance. They conquered Greece, outright tanned with it, absorbed Greek culture like water into a sponge. But they didn't just copy it. They expanded it, polished it, piped it, and plumbed it, sometimes literally. And nowhere was this more obvious than in the realm of hygiene. The Romans admired Greek athleticism, sculpture, and intellectual bravado, but they were, at their core, engineers. They saw the Greek sponge, the oil scraper, and the latrine with no water, and asked the most Roman question possible: what if we built this, but with infrastructure? Take the public bathhouse, or thermae. What the Greeks kept relatively simple: steam, oil. Scraping, the Romans transformed into a full-body, full-civic, multi-room bathing ritual. You entered the apodidium changing room, moved to the tepidarium warm room, then to the caldarium, hot steam bath, and finished in the frigidarium cold plunge. Every step was designed, maintained, and most crucially plumbed. The Greeks had splashed with basins. The Romans built aqueducts. Water flowed in, waste flowed out, most of the time. But while the Romans upgraded the facilities, they did not upgrade the wiping. The tersorium, or sponge on a stick, became the default across the empire. Romans likely adopted this from earlier Greek models, expanding its use into massive communal latrines, long marble benches with keyhole openings, water channels, and the occasional carved graffiti. The communal sponge jars, still there. Only now, the sponge was dipped in vinegar between uses. The assumption was that vinegar solved everything: infection, stink, curses. It didn't. This improvement created problems on a scale the Greeks never faced. A small Greek gymnasium had a dozen men scraping oil and sweat. A Roman bathhouse could host hundreds of people per day. Same sponge concept, much higher risk. And the Romans, like the Greeks, still hadn't cracked the code of personal sanitation. There was no soap, no understanding of bacteria. Medical theory still revolved around humoral balance, not hand washing. You could be oiled, scraped, perfumed, and infected all before noon. So, did anything get better? Yes, for the infrastructure. The Romans laid sewer systems. They built latrines with actual drainage. They expanded the idea of communal cleansing. But the underlying hygiene logic remained ritual, not medical. This fusion of Greek and Roman thought was clearest in private homes. Wealthy Romans installed Greek-style bathing rooms, imported sponges from coastal Greek colonies, and hired Greek slaves trained in massage and grooming. The idea of a pedagogue, Greek tutor, was often accompanied by a balneator, a bathing assistant. Personal hygiene became another display of cultural superiority. But the poor still wiped with stones, shared sponges, and dumped chamber pots out of windows, just as they had in Athens, Corinth, or Delos centuries before. Interestingly, Greek attitudes toward privacy began to erode under Roman rule. What was once a relatively private affair, handled with oil and a scraping tool, became a public event, where the crowd and spectacle outweighed modesty. Romans didn't care if you saw them wiping. They cared that you saw them participating in Roman culture. Meanwhile, physicians like Galen carried forward Hippocratic ideas of balance and bathing. but rarely discussed what we would now call hygiene. Illness still came from the stars, diet, or spiritual imbalance, not contaminated sponges. The legacy of Greek hygiene, then, was one of ritual over reality. They taught the Romans how to perform cleanliness. The Romans built the systems to showcase it, but neither fully solved the problem of how to stop a rash from spreading in a public toilet with a sponge that's been dipped 20 times that day. And when the empire began to collapse, the sponge endured. Through the Gothic invasions, the burning of libraries, the sacking of cities, the sponge-onestic still waited, soaked in vinegar, tucked into a jar near a marble bench. Eventually, the baths cooled, the aqueducts cracked, and the toilets dried out. But for a brief, strange moment in history, Greek and Roman hygiene met in a single object, humble sea sponge on a wooden stick shared by emperors, slaves, poets, and soldiers alike. Not because it was smart, but because it was normal. Paris, the city of light, the birthplace of Gothic cathedrals, might involve lavender oils, warm water, and some ambient music. But if you were a washerwoman, butcher, or mid-level scribe in medieval Paris, year is 1347, the Seine is low, the gutters are full. Your neighborhood, let's say, just outside the walls near the Rue Saint-Denis, a tangle of carts, horses, and half-drained fish markets. Bathhouses still exist, but they're dwindling, increasingly associated with sin. Public morality is tightening. The plague hasn't hit yet, but fear hangs in the air like spoiled wine. You wake up with your scalp itching. Lice again. Your hair, coiled in a linen wrap all week, smells faintly of smoke, sweat, and last Sunday's onion stew. You can't take it anymore. Today, you decide to wash your hair. But the obstacles are many. First, water. Your home has no tap, no well, no plumbing. Water must be carried from a fountain, cistern, or directly from the Seine. The public fountains, maintained by city taxes, often run slowly and serve long lines. You queue with a wooden bucket, praying no one cuts in front. Second, soap or something like it. In Paris, the working poor used lye soap made from wood, ash, and animal fat. It wasn't pleasant, but it worked. Nobles might use scented powders or crushed herbs, but no mirrors, no conditioner, just cold water, a sting in the eyes, and prayers you wouldn't catch a fever. But the real danger wasn't the soap. You couldn't stay inside. Homes were small, dark, and windowless. So you went to the courtyard or the edge of the street and sat in the sun. If there was sun. If not, you dried by the hearth and inhaled smoke, soot, and rat droppings. And if you were outside, exposed and dripping, everyone could see you, a woman with unbound hair. Witchcraft. Married women were expected to keep their hair covered at all times. Washing your hair might improve your hygiene, but it risked your reputation. Still, some persisted. Hair was power, beauty, and unfortunately, breeding ground for lice and fleas. In fact, most medieval hair washing wasn't about looking nice. It was about delousing. The process. You'd oil your hair with animal fat or lard, wrap it in a linen cloth overnight to suffocate the lice. These weren't cosmetic routines, they were warfare, and this was dangerous work. Lice bites could become infected. Vinegar in the eyes caused burns. Lye soap caused chemical reactions. Some people used urine, believing it softened hair. It did. It also made you smell worse than before in the wealthier quarters. Near the Ile de la Cite or Saint Germain, noblewomen had servants to help. They used rosewater, combs of ivory, and heated cloths to dry their hair. But even there, the process was slow and risky. Heated irons occasionally scorched scalps, and still, no one washed daily, not even weekly. In fact, washing was sometimes seen as medically dangerous. Physicians warned that wet hair could draw in foul vapors. You might catch chills, disrupt your humors, invite madness. Better, they said, to perfume your scalp and suffer the itch. Perfume merchants sold sachets of herbs. It wasn't cleanliness, it was cover-up. Meanwhile, the streets of Paris teemed with danger. Even if you managed to wash your hair, you'd walk to market and have a bucket of waste emptied from a second-story window. No warning, no apology. Hair washed, hair ruined. And when the Black Death finally arrived, public opinion turned even more sharply against bathing. Dirty skin, they believed, blocked the miasma. Some stopped washing altogether. In the records of the Hôtel Dieu, Paris's main hospital, they were normal. Washing became a sign of desperation or luxury, not routine. So what happened if you didn't wash? You braided, perfumed, and prayed. Hats and hoods hid the grease, veils masked the scent, and everyone accepted it. Paris was not a city of fragrant boudoirs. It was a city of covered heads, itchy scalps, and quiet resignation. Hair, like so much in the medieval world, was a battleground of survival, shame, and symbolism. If you were truly desperate to clean your hair and had a few coins to spare, your best hope in medieval Paris was a visit to the public bathhouse. But the decision to go wasn't easy. It meant navigating social taboos, unpredictable conditions. From Roman models, in the early medieval period, they fell out of fashion as the church condemned them as dens of lust and sin. In a city full of grime and lice, a hot soak was hard to resist, even if the clergy warned against it. Known as étuves, these establishments lined certain streets, particularly near the Seine. Some catered to the wealthy with tiled floors, perfume, water, and private cubicles. Most were simple, wood-planked rooms, barrels or tubs filled with boiled river water, and enough steam to make you forget what was floating in it. You didn't walk in alone. Bathing was a social act, for men and women alike. Mixed-gender bathing was common until the 15th century, especially in lower-end establishments. Nudity was accepted, even expected. Conversation flowed, and so did rumors. This was part of the risk, moral contagion. While you were scrubbing your scalp and praying the water was still hot, someone nearby might be conducting a tryst. From steam rooms, some bathers came for relief, not from lice, but from loneliness, and the church noticed. Repeated bans were issued, but bathhouses were too useful to shut down entirely. Hours for men and women were sometimes separated. Owners were required to keep rooms modest and attendants sober. Enforcement rare. If you were a working woman trying to wash your hair, these spaces were a gamble. Merchant and stared down by a monk passing judgment from across the street. Still, many took the chance. The warm water softened lye soap. The steam loosened the oil and dirt. Your scalp could breathe, at least for an hour. But for those who couldn't tour, wouldn't visit the étuves, there was another option. The barber. Medieval barbers weren't just for beards. They were a strange hybrid of hairdresser, surgeon, and general fixer for a few deniers. A barber might delouse your hair, trim away split ends, and apply a homemade tonic to your scalp, often a mixture of vinegar, goose grease, and crushed herbs. They might also lance boils, pull teeth, or bleed you with leeches in the same chair. Barber shops were popular gathering spots. You sat by the window, hands and habit of working drunk. If your hair was truly infested, there were stronger remedies. Medieval herbals recommend wormwood boiled in vinegar, applied overnight under a linen cap, ashes of burned fig leaves blown into the hair to kill eggs, or, if you were brave or desperate, soaking your hair in stale urine, a method said to bring shine and kill parasites. The stench, undeniable; the effectiveness, questionable; and still, the problem returned. Lice weren't a nuisance, they were an assumption. It was to manage the numbers. This is why so many people avoided hair washing entirely. Instead, they wore tight-fitting linen coifs under hoods, soaked them weekly in vinegar, and hoped for the best. Wealthy women stuffed their head wraps with scented sachets. Men shaved their scalps or wore tight caps soaked in vinegar. The lice stayed, but they stayed out of sight. Hair care in medieval Paris was an act of compromise. You weighed cost, modesty, and risk. You endured the itch. You whispered your shame. You scheduled your bath for moonless nights or feast days when the streets were loud and no one noticed you slipping into the steam house with your hair uncovered. And then you returned home. The city would coat you again. Smoke, dust, rotten cabbage. A chamber pot tipped from above. A beggar brushing past. You tied your hair up, covered it in cloth, and waited for the next reasonich odor. Lest to begin the whole ordeal again. By the late medieval period, something strange had happened to cleanliness in Paris. It became less about health and more about holiness. Washing your hair, like washing your soul, was no longer a simple act of maintenance. It was a statement of who you were, how much you feared God, and how carefully you observed the increasingly complicated dance between dirt and virtue. In this world, cleanliness was for the elite, but not necessarily the living kind. Priests bathed in sanctified water before Mass. Monks followed strict routines of washing hands, faces, and feet before prayers. And the dead, they were scrubbed, combed, perfumed, and wrapped in pristine linen, even if they'd lived their final days in filth. The average Parisian, however, was visibly and acceptably grimy. Washing your hair was not something you advertised unless you were of noble birth or already halfway to sainthood. Saint Clare was praised for never bathing her hair. Catherine of Siena reportedly didn't wash at all, letting her body and scalp become testaments to her rejection of vanity. Among the nobility, there was a slightly different script. Rich ladies did wash their hair carefully, indoors, with servants and elaborate rituals. They used egg yolk rinses, rose water, macerated bay leaves, and violet powders. Combs were made of ivory or silver, but even then, washing wasn't frequent. These were monthly indulgences, not daily habits, and they came with performance requirements. A noblewoman might have her hair brushed 100 strokes a day, not because it was hygienic, but because it suggested discipline and luxury. Hair was often perfumed, not to cleanse it, but to scent the air around her. Bathhouses were condemned more frequently. moralists warned of the dangers of nakedness, hot water, and idle chatter in mixed company. Washing your hair might cleanse your scalp, but what about your thoughts, your soul? Some responded by withdrawing from bathing altogether. Others, especially women, turned to symbolic cleansing, burning rosemary to purify the room, tying blessed amulets into their hair to ward off lice, or anointing themselves with holy water rather than soap, and still lice remained, dandruff, scalp infections. In the records of medieval hospitals, there are frequent complaints of patients arriving with weeping sores on their heads, with hair matted into crusted tangles. Physicians sometimes shaved patients entirely, applying pitch or sulfur to kill parasites. There were reports of worms nesting under the scalp, rare but real. Hair became an object of suspicion. Long, loose hair on women was associated with temptation and wildness. Clerics preached that Eve's fall began with her unbound hair. Witches were said to hide tokens and curses in their braids. Washing your hair was, in some stories, a provocation to the devil. Yet, paradoxically, clean hair still symbolized purity. Young virgins had theirs brushed and braided carefully for festivals. Brides sometimes underwent hair-washing ceremonies before marriage. Hair was power, and the act of washing it, rare as it was, could signal both rebirth and submission. The contradictions piled up. Washing was prideful, but also cleansing. Vanity, but also preparation. Health, but also heresy. In this confusion, most people settled into a simple truth. It was safer not to wash often, and never to talk about it. Instead, you hid your hair. Linen coifs, woolen hoods, heavy veils in winter, perfumed pins for festivals. Even children wore head coverings from a young age. If your scalp itched, you scratched in private. If it bled, you applied ointment in silence. The city, after all, had bigger problems. By the early 15th century, Paris was choking on its own waste. The Seine was polluted. The public fountains ran slowly. The bathhouses closed or turned into brothels. And while noblemen and bishops still had clean scalps and tolerated begrudgingly, and then came the Renaissance with its rediscovery of classical ideals and new standards of beauty. But that's another story. In medieval Paris, to wash your hair was to risk illness, gossip, or moral collapse. So most didn't. They oiled, covered, combed, and prayed. And when they did finally lather up, it was a full-body event, part science, part superstition, and entirely public. If you walked through the streets of 16th century Istanbul with a keen nose and a few coins in your pouch, you'd soon be drawn toward a domed building, humming with voices, echoing with laughter, and steaming faintly at the edges like a bread oven. This was a Hammamen Ottoman bathhousen from the outside and renewal. But the truth inside was slipperier than the marble floors. The Ottomans inherited their bathing culture from the Romans, Byzantines, and Persians, and turned it into something uniquely their own. A place where ritual met relaxation, where public health met public spectacle. A hammam was more than a bathhouse. It was a social theater, a beauty salon, a community bulletin board. Hammam consisted of three main areas: the kamik, entrance hall, a lofty domed space filled with couches, lockers, and tea. This was where you undressed and mentally prepared to become human soup. Warm room, a transition zone where your body acclimated and your expectations softened. hot room, the steamy heart of the hammam humid, echoing and saturated with centuries of sweat. Here you reclined on a large, heated marble platform, flanked by washing basins where attendants poured water over your head, back, and shoulders. Some washed themselves slowly. Others paid for a Telek male attendant or nader female to do it for them, aggressively. The massage wasn't gentle. It was bone-rattling, skin-peeling, soul-churning. Telaks used rough mitts called keys, which scraped away dead skin and, possibly, dignity. The idea was to purge not only filth, but bad energy, fatigue, and envy. If you didn't leave red, you weren't scrubbed properly. And then came the hair. Ottoman bathers didn't just cleanse the scalp, they pampered it. Hair was washed with olive oil soap, rinsed with rose water, combed, and then oiled again with fragrant blends of almond or sesame. Henna treatments were common. Lice combs were used with brutal efficiency. It all sounds idyllic. By women exchanging marriage gossip, by children chasing each other barefoot and shrieking. Hammams were places to see and be seen, even naked. But the atmosphere was no less public for it. Etiquette ruled the space. You didn't talk loudly. In the haredet, you didn't hog the water basin, in which case, praise away. Still, hygiene remained more about ritual than medicine. Islamic practice emphasized ritual purification. Ghusl and wudu meant washing wasn't just encouraged, it was required. Bathing after intercourse, menstruation, or illness was obligatory. But even this didn't mean bacterial safety. Hammams were cleaned, yes, but not sterilized. Warmth, moisture, and crowds made them breeding grounds for fungus, lice skin infections, and worse. Mops were rinsed, not replaced, yet most bathers trusted the steam to purify, the soap to shield, and the ritual to redeem. And it was one of the few public spaces where they could move freely, laugh openly, and take off the veil without consequence. Girls were brought by their mothers to learn the customs. New brides were paraded, hennaed, bathed, and blessed. Even sultans bathed in hammams, though theirs were private marble. Palaces within palaces, attended by eunuchs and perfumed like gardens. But for the average person, women wrapped theirs in coils of silk, perfumed with clove and amber. Men trimmed, oiled, and sometimes dyed their beards. Children were deloused carefully. Scalp fungus was treated with vinegar, garlic, or prayers, depending on one's budget and faith. And if you couldn't afford a hammam visit, you made do. Heated water over a brazier, sat in the kitchen corner, scrubbed with a bit of soap, and poured copper ladles over your scalp, hoping no one barged in. Cleanliness was still expected, but comfort was not. So yes, the Ottoman hammam was majestic, revered, and essential. But it was also hot, crowded, slippery, and risky. It offered a temporary escape from the filth of city life, but not always from the consequences of sharing a sponge, a mitt, or a basin. And in the end, the glory of the hammam wasn't that you weren't the only person who did. Outside the stone walls of Istanbul's grand hammams, past the tiled roofs and bustling bazaars, lay a very different world, a world of dust, distance, and deliberate grime. In the sweeping provinces of the Ottoman Empire, rural Anatolia, Balkan hillsides, North African plains, the average person didn't live near a gleaming bathhouse with rose-scented basins and heated marble. They lived on dirt floors, under reed roofs, and near streams that ran dry 3 months a year. For these people, peasants, farmers, soldiers, and caravan hands, bathing wasn't ritualized. It was opportunistic when it happened at all. Let's start with the rural villager. You wake before sunrise. Your family's goats have already made a mess of the front path. The well is 2 fields away, and water must be carried by hand. Drop counts, drinking and cooking come first. In winter, it may not happen for months, but even if you had water, you likely didn't have soap. Commercial soaps, olive oil-based or scented varieties, were made in cities like Aleppo or Tripoli. They were sold in blocks, expensive and heavily taxed. Rural folk made their own from animal fat and wood ash, boiled into crude bricks with a texture like bread crust and a smell like old stew. Hair care, if practiced, was functional. You might rub your scalp with clay, ash, or crushed figs, then rinse with cold water. Children were often kept bald to prevent infestation. For women, hair was both burden and pride. It was rarely washed, but frequently oiled, not for hygiene, but for protection. Thick braids coated in ghee or sesame oil helped prevent breakage and reduce itching. Lice were picked out manually. Delousing was a social activity, often done in pairs by candlelight, with one person holding the other's hair, taut while they hunted and crushed insects between fingernails. These rituals weren't glamorous, but they were intimate, necessary, and oddly communal. Meanwhile, soldiers on the move lived even rougher. Janissaries and provincial garrisons bathed when rivers or lakes were available. Otherwise, they wiped themselves with damp cloths, brushed their teeth with salt or charcoal, and poured water sparingly over their heads using brass ewers. On campaigns, soap was rationed. Constant shared combs, shared fires, and shared curses as they passed around. Vinegar or garlic paste for their scalps. Nomads and desert traders were even more ingenious. Without consistent access to water, they turned to sand and smoke. Some desert communities bathed by rubbing themselves with warm sand to exfoliate, followed by a fumigation of clothes over smoldering herbs or camel dung, which helped drive off parasites. For the hair, mud pastes were applied, dried, and brushed out, removing oils and dirt together in colder climates. Villagers sometimes heated water over a stove or fire, then crouched naked inside their homes, scrubbing themselves with rags and rinsing with hand-poured ladles. The steam fogged the tiny room, and the bath became a family affair, often shared between siblings, mothers, or couples. Modesty was relative. Efficiency was everything. There were also gender differences in priority. Weeks while laboring, but women were expected to maintain at least the appearance of cleanliness, especially around guests, during courtship, or in religious observances. This meant strategic washing, just the hairline, the neck, the hands, prestige, comfort, and even salvation. The experience was spoken of with awe, the steam, the stone, the scrape that took your sins with it. Of brides so thoroughly scrubbed they glowed for days. Of widows whose grief finally lifted after the telic pounded the sorrow out of their shoulders. Even if these tales were exaggerated, they revealed something essential. Cleanliness was emotional, not just physical. Still, when it came to everyday life, people scraped by, literally. The poor used broken pottery as strigils, or smoothed sticks, or even shells. anything to remove sweat, oil, and grime. Hair was brushed with carved combs made from bone or horn. Sometimes it was scented with burned resins, other times left to air out in the sun. And when all else failed, you waited for rain, stripped quickly, and washed under the open sky. A brief, chilly, glorious reprieve before the next round of sweat, smoke, and soil. The Ottoman sultans ruled with gilded fists and perfumed fingers. Their empire stretched across continents. Their armies changed the face of Europe and the Middle East, and yet, when it came time to bathe, even the most powerful man in the Islamic world approached his water with caution. Royal hygiene in the Topkapi Palace was part spectacle, part strategy, and part paranoia. Let's begin in the harem, the most private and misunderstood wing of the imperial court. It meant forbidden or sacred space, home to the sultan's mother, valid sultan, his wives, concubines, sisters, and children. At its height, the harem housed hundreds of women, and maintaining cleanliness in this micro-city was both essential and exhausting. The harem had its own private hammam, smaller than the public ones, but no less ornate. Domed ceilings, carved marble, basins, golden faucets. Bathing schedules were dictated by rank. The valid sultan had first pick of times and water temperature. Favorite concubines followed. Servants bathed last. Linen towels were embroidered with golden thread. Rosewater was sprinkled like incense. Hair care was elaborate. Attendants used black soap from Aleppo, henna, and egg yolk rinses. Combs were carved from ivory. Scalp massages were done with sandalwood oil, and hair was braided tightly to maintain shine. Some concubines spent more time preparing their hair than seeing the sultan. Appearances were everything, and behind all this, politics. A concubine might rise to power based on appearance. A perfectly polished scalp, free of lice and shining with scented oil, could change a woman's fate. The bath was not just hygiene, it was preparation for survival. As for the sultan, his bathing ritual was sacrosanct and highly supervised. The royal hammam was attended only by eunuchs or long-trusted servants. Every bucket of water was tested for temperature and poison. Yes, even bath water could be a murder weapon. In a court riddled with intrigue, assassination by scalding or sedative-infused steam wasn't impossible. Thus, water tasters existed. Their job? Open pourze, vigorous scrub by a trusted teleka, rinse with scented water, sometimes jasmine, sometimes cloven. Finally, a cold pour to close the skin and invigorate the body afterward. The sultan was wrapped in muslin towels, massaged with ambergris, oil, and offered sherbet or coffee to refresh his senses. The entire process could take hours. It was done quietly, efficiently, and with great ceremony, often before important meetings or religious festivals. But the hammam wasn't just a royal indulgence. Forced cold baths or assigned cleaning duties in the bathhouse a degrading task. Hammam floors were slippery and hot, and cleaning them meant hauling buckets. Secrecy. More than one court rival likely disappeared in a bathhouse. For the royals who survived, the hammam was a place of power consolidation. Deals were made there, marriages arranged, alliances hinted, fungus still bloomed between royal toes. And the emperor's scalp, no matter how blessed, was still skin, vulnerable, irritable, and maddeningly human, because beneath the domes, the jewels, the rituals, and the roses, the sultan sweated like everyone else. The difference was merely in how many people were paid to pretend he didn't. There is perhaps no pain quite like that of a rotting tooth lodged deep in your jaw, throbbing with every breath, each movement of the tongue feeling like a dagger jabbed at the root. In Ming Dynasty China, this pain was common, persistent, and socially accepted in a way that would terrify any modern patient. Procedures were viewed as last resort horrors, no more trusted than a street juggler, and often less precise. If your tooth ached in Ming Beijing or Nanjing, the first thing you did was try to rebalance yourself. The problem wasn't viewed as physical decay, but as a sign that the internal fires of your stomach or liver had grown too hot, or that dampness had settled in the spleen. The initial treatments were dietary and spiritual. You were told to avoid heating foods like garlic or lamb, drink cooling teas infused with crushed lotus root, or burn dried chrysanthemum petals and inhale the smoke to draw out the evil vapors from your head. You might visit an herbalist who'd offer a bitter tonic or a paste made from crushed gallstones and clove oil. The pain outward. But if the tooth still pulsed and the face began to swell, fishmongers and tea sellers, these men were part barber, part blacksmith, part magician. They wore stained aprons, carried iron tongs in leather rolls, and often displayed their extracted teeth on strings like trophies. Theirs was a profession feared but necessary. They operated in public, often with an assistant who served as both announcer and muscle. Their stall was simple: a wooden stool, a heavy board for the patient to grip, and a table cluttered with metal hooks, herbs, vinegar jars, and sometimes a singing bowl used to distract or hypnotize the suffering. There were no anesthetics. Wine, at best, a numbing compress, if you were lucky. The process was swift and violent. The practitioner would wedge an iron pincer around the offending tooth, twist once with a practiced yank, and let gravity finish the job. Screams were common. Collapsed patients were not rare. Blood spilled into the dirt, and the tooth was tossed aside. In the process, the pain was gone. The swelling would subside. You were considered lucky and cleared of the ailment. There were no fillings, no root canals. A bad tooth was a doomed tooth. Those with money and connections, dental care, could be performed in private, often within the home, by traveling physicians with better tools and more refined methods. But even they did not offer pain relief beyond distraction and sense, a method considered progressive at the time. Recovery included warm rice porridge, no spices, and mouth rinses with salt water steeped in green tea leaves. Among scholars and literati, dental pain was quietly endured. It was unseemly to cry out or complain. Diaries from the period mention toothaches as nuisances, but rarely as cause for public disruption. Some scholars even took pride in missing teeth, considering it proof of their age, humility. A mouth full of gaps was no shemeet, was a record of survival. Still, the fear of the Yi ran deep. Nightmares were common, yet no one could fully avoid the risk. Sticky rice cakes, candied lotus root, and fermented plum syrup were all rising in popularity, and with them, a slow. They smiled cautiously, chewed thoughtfully, and whispered their suffering to the heavens rather than risk the tongs in the marketplace. Pain, they believed, was a teacher. But teeth, once they failed, taught nothing except silence by the twilight of the Ming Dynasty. Dental hygiene had settled into a strange tension between routine discomfort and resigned fatalism. People lived with pain the way they lived with whether something to be tolerated, that needed to be interpreted as much as endured. It often began with a sensation-mild sensitivity to rice porridge. Few took it seriously. Toothaches came and went. Some blamed damp weather. Others said it was too much duck. The true fear came only when the gum began to swell or the pain became rhythmic, tapping like a drum through the bone. That's when people turned, increasingly, not just to herbs or practitioners, seen as the result of improper ancestral offerings or of harboring a grudge. Families performed small home rites, lighting incense in front of household altars, or placing joss paper beneath the pillow of the afflicted. One common remedy was to sleep with a slip of red paper tucked under the tongue, inscribed with a protective verse or the name of a guardian spirit. The idea wasn't to numb the pain, but to confuse the ghost believed to be gnawing at your jaw. For more elaborate cases, exorcists or local monks were summoned. They burned sulfur, rang bells, and whispered charms into cups of boiled water, which the patient then drank or used to rinse their mouth. It didn't always help, but in a world where even licensed tooth pullers worked under questionable conditions, sometimes faith and fear were all a person had. The lower classes turned more often to folk remedies passed down orally from neighbor to neighbor. A paste of crushed garlic and pig's blood wrapped in linen and stuffed along the gum line. A drink of rice wine steeped with black peppercorn and a single silver coin. One traveling remedy seller promised a miracle root from the mountains that, when chewed, would kill the pain but leave the tooth in place. It mostly left the patient dizzy and hiccuping for hours. Among the elite, there was greater access to printed guides, the early precursors to medical handbooks. The Bangkok Gangmu, compiled by Li Shijin in the 16th century, included dozens of entries related to tooth cares, to strengthen enamel, tonics, to soothe aching gums, even diagrams of the teeth and how they corresponded to bodily. But the remedies remained largely palliative. True dental repair, as we understand it today, did not exist. Once a tooth began to rot, the best you could do was ease its departure. And when it did fall out, either yanked, lost to decay, or swallowed. In sleep it was often buried in a corner of the home, or tucked into a piece of cloth and burned. It was bad luck to throw it away, worse, to let it sit uncovered. In some regions, a child's lost tooth was placed in a crack in the roof beams, with a whispered prayer for better teeth in the next life. Adults performed similar rites in secret, as if embarrassed by the reminder of mortality. Toothless elders were common and not mocked. A missing tooth was no sign of failure. It was a symbol of age, wisdom, and in many cases, persistence. Meals were adapted: soft buns, long-simmered porridge, steamed vegetables. A grandmother might have no teeth, but still a sharp tongue, able to scold children between spoonfuls of tofu and laugh afterward without shame. Vanity was for youth. The old had already survived the market pullers and the folk pastes. But beneath all this was a quiet fear, the fear of pain that would not go away. There were no opiates, no anesthetic syringes. Pain could last weeks, gnawing deeper, cracking the jaw, infecting the bloodstream. People whispered about those who died from the tooth, and they weren't wrong. some did. They fevered and slipped away, the face swelling grotesquely, the family watching, helplessly, clutching incense sticks and wringing towels soaked in bitter tea. And yet, despite all this, no one stopped trying. The twigs were chewed, the sawdust was ground, the powders were mixed and spit with as much dignity as a person could manage. The morning routine, though grim by modern standards, was adhered to with consistency, even pride, because, in Ming China, to clean the mouth was not just to freshen the breath or polish the teeth. It was to prepare the self for speech, for face, for function. Even if the molars cracked and the gums bled, even if your breath stank of clove and defeat, you showed up to your desk, your loom, your temple duties with a clean tongue and a composed expression. To do otherwise was to admit that death had already entered your mouth, and no one, not even a man with a mouth full of ghosts, wanted to give it that satisfaction. London, in the late 1500s, the other trying often, clumsily, to step into a renaissance of ideas, ambition, and unwashed ambition. Queen Elizabeth sat on the throne, her court powdered and perfumed, her portraits gilded, but beneath the splendor of the Tudor facade, the capital city remained a place of muck, smell, and unapologetic filth, where hygiene was less a daily routine and more a whispered hope for the average Londoner butcher's wife in Suffolk, an apprentice in Shoreditch, a pamphlet seller outside the cathedral gates. Cleanliness was an elusive, improvisational practice. The city lacked public baths, which had long since fallen out of fashion. Once popular in medieval England, bathhouses had become associated with sexual immorality, especially after waves of syphilis swept through Europe. By the 16th century, many public baths had been shut down or converted into alehouses and lodging rooms. Washing became something one did rarely and only under the right conditions. Soap, though technically available, was expensive and controversial. It was made from animal fats and lye, and the best stuff came from France, which immediately made it suspect. English-made soap was coarse and stung the skin. Some even accused it of being spiritually dangerous, part of a Catholic conspiracy to weaken English bodies with foreign softness. Cleanliness in Protestant England became bound up with moral suspicion, and to be too clean was, at times, to seem untrustworthy, so people adapted. Washing usually involved a bucket of water, a damp linen rag, and a strong stomach. You didn't bathe in the modern sense, you sponged face, neck, underarms, hands if they were especially soiled. The rest of the body might go unwashed for weeks, covered by layers of wool, linen, and leather. Undergarments were the front line of hygiene. They absorbed the sweat and grease, and were changed or aired out far more often than the body they concealed. Some households would hang shirts and smocks by the fire overnight, not to dry them after washing, but simply to let the smoke kill the worst of the smells. Hair was rarely washed with water. Instead, it was combed daily and dusted with powders, made from herbs, ashes, or flour to absorb oil. Wigs were becoming fashionable among the upper classes, but even natural hair was styled and stiffened with oils and pomades, which masked odor while contributing to it in a different register. Lice were ubiquitous, and nitpicking was a normal part of domestic life. Children were deloused regularly by mothers or older siblings, who squashed the insects between their fingernails with practiced calm teeth. meanwhile, were scrubbed with crushed salt, soot, or rosemary ash. Wooden toothpicks were common, often carved into elegant shapes and tucked behind the ear like a badge of civility. Breath fresheners included clove-studded oranges, cinnamon chews, or bits of mint soaked in vinegar. But these were luxuries. Most mouths went about their day as they were unsweetened, unsoftened, and entirely functional. Clothes were scrubbed in rivers or communal washhouses using lye and urine, urine. Human waste, collected from chamber pots, was used in the laundering of tough stains and to bleach linen. Washerwomen became experts in soaking, stomping, and wringing garments until the fabric no longer fought back. The smell lingered, but in a city that reeked of manure, fish guts, tallow, and smoke, it was simply part of the atmospheric noise. As for toilets, most people didn't have them. Chamber pots were kept under beds and emptied into gutters or cesspits. Prives were simple holes in the ground, sometimes lined with planks, often shared between multiple households. The Thames carried off much of the waste, and during warm spells, the smell of the river itself could keep you from eating. Sanitation was so poor that outbreaks of disease were common. Plague visited the city multiple times during Elizabeth's reign, and each time physicians blamed bad air, astrology, or moral decay. Rarely did anyone think to point at the overflowing middens or the chamber pots dumped into alleys at dawn. Still, despite the grime, there was pride in surface cleanliness. Londoners might be filthy beneath the clothes, but their collars were starched, their cuffs white, their shoes blackened and buffed. Apprentices would polish their masters' boots until they shone, even if their own feet were wrapped in rags. Housewives scrubbed front steps obsessively, not because it stopped disease, but because a clean stoop suggested virtue and order. You could stink, but you had to look presentable. At the top of society, Queen Elizabeth herself set the tone. She was known for her white face paint, her towering wigs, and her fastidious rituals of cleanliness. She owned gloves perfumed with ambergris, handkerchiefs soaked in lavender water, and a team of attendants who changed her linen daily. But even the Queen bathed infrequently, perhaps once a month, by some reports, and only with supervision and ceremony. She believed that dry washing, wiping the skin with cloths and powders, was safer than immersion, which might open the pores to corruption. The medical establishment agreed. Bathing, many doctors warned, was dangerous. Water, especially hot water, was thought to weaken the body, soften the flesh, and invite illness through the skin. Sweat was seen as a natural purifier. Letting the body sweat and then removing the odor through powders and clothes was preferable to washing it all away and becoming vulnerable. A clean person, they feared, was a soft person, susceptible to bad air, chills, or temptation. So hygiene became a complicated dance between tradition, suspicion, and necessity. People wiped, powdered, brushed, and spat. They didn't bathe, but they changed clothes. They didn't scrub, but they combed. They didn't floss, but they chewed mint and drank ale. And when illness struck, they blamed the stars, or the foreigners, or their own weak wills, never the cesspit behind the alehouse. Because, in Elizabethan London, to be clean was not to be washed. It was to be performatively unsoiled, at least from the neck up, while the rest of the body carried on beneath layers of wool, dust, and unspoken compromise. If Elizabethan London had a defining scent, it was one of contradiction. Rosewater masking, sweat, smoke, choking, dung, perfume, struggling against the sweet rot of decay. It wasn't that people didn't notice the smell, they did. They just didn't agree on what caused it or what to do about it. For most, the nose was a survival tool, not a measuring stick. If the stink made you gag, you stepped around it. If it lingered in the walls, you called it home. Nowhere was this sensory compromise more evident than in the business of waste. Toilets, as we know them, didn't exist. In London's wealthiest houses, there were brick-built prives separate from the living quarters and outfitted with wooden seats and chutes that emptied into cesspits. These were occasionally cleaned out by men called gong farmers, whose job it was to shovel and cart away human waste under the cover of night. It was filthy, dangerous work, and it paid well if you didn't mind the smell or the occasional drowning in a pit that gave way. For everyone else, the chamber pot ruled, made of earthenware or pewter, and sometimes just a hollowed bowl. It was kept beneath beds, beside kitchen hearths, and in some unfortunate cases, near food stores. Once full, it was emptied into the nearest gutter or thrown into the street with a shouted warning, a remnant of Norman French that meant, roughly, watch out for the water, though it wasn't water at all. Londoners knew to hug the walls when walking and avoid the edges of buildings where such contents were most likely to rain down. The result was that waste flowed freely through the streets. Narrow lanes became open sewers. Dogs routed through piles of offal and waste. Rats scurried along rooftops and through drains. The city authorities attempted regulation. There were fines for dumping waste improperly, and rules about how far a privy could be built from a neighbor's well, but enforcement was spotty. The sheer volume of human life overwhelmed the infrastructure. Daily dot, and yet, amid the rot, people still craved cleanliness. Sore, the illusion of it. Scent became a kind of armor. Pomander, small metal balls filled with cloves, ambergris, and herbs were carried by both men and women, swung gently in front of the nose to fend off the so-called bad airs. Physicians wore long-beaked masks stuffed with aromatic materials, believing the plague could be kept at bay by blocking the stench. Ladies tucked dried lavender into bottles. Gentlemen applied rose oil to the corners of their mustaches in brothels, where the illusion of seduction clashed with the realities of infection. The emphasis on smell was even more intense. Prostitutes used perfumed water to rinse between clients. Some chewed herbs like fennel or parsley to sweeten the breath. Hair was powdered, bodies rubbed with crushed petals. But the pox, syphilis, was rampant. It disfigured faces, collapsed noses, and rotted flesh. Treatments included mercury rubs, which did as much damage as the disease. Bathing was discouraged again, for fear that open pores made one vulnerable. So the sufferers covered their wounds with cosmetics, scented powders, and lace. Barbers, who doubled as surgeons, often handled both grooming and minor medical procedures. They pulled teeth, lanced boils, shaved heads, and occasionally cleaned ears with long silver tools. Their shops reeked of blood and oil, scented only by the occasional bowl of citrus peel left to rot near the window. And still, no one washed afterward. For those on the street vendors, beggars, apprentices, the struggle for hygiene was relentless. A street seller might go weeks without proper washing, using only rain puddles or scraps of damp cloth to clean up. Toothache was treated with onion slices or a prayer to Saint Apollonia. Body odor was accepted. Complaining about someone's smell was an insult, but not uncommon, usually returned with laughter or a curse. Even religious figures wrestled with cleanliness. Monks and nuns were often cleaner than the average person, thanks to monastic rules that required foot washing, hand cleansing, and regular laundering of robes. But their cloisters weren't immune to lice or plague. Pilgrims complained about the smell of holy sites. One German traveler noted that Westminster Abbey, while beautiful, smelled of ancient sweat and unwashed feet. Yet, despite the filth, or perhaps because of it, the Elizabethans didn't think of their world as disgusting. It was familiar. The smells were known. The grime was lived with. And what mattered more than actual cleanliness was social presentation. A greasy-haired poet in a ruffled collar and perfumed cuffs was still a gentleman, even if he hadn't bathed since Shrove Tuesday. Cleanliness was not moral purity. It was aesthetic camouflage, a trick of fabric and fragrance, an exercise in composure. You couldn't escape the filth, so you learned to live in it with a straight back, powdered sleeves, and a cautious step along the cobbled street. At the apex of Elizabethan society, among the court musicians, master masons, perfumers, and spies, lived those who could afford to look clean even when they were not. The nobility, from the lords in their manors to the ladies in waiting at court, existed in a world of velvet, lace, and illusion, a world where water was considered dangerous. But white linen and layers of scent created the aura of perfection. Dirt still lingered under fingernails and beneath corsets, but in the mirror-polished world of the Tudor elite, appearance mattered more than purity. Cleanliness wasn't what you were, it was how you were seen. Queen Elizabeth herself, the most visible symbol of the age, was famously meticulous about her appearance. Her face, always painted with white lead and vinegar, was a mask not just of youth, but of distance from disease, from age, from the base realities of the body. She wore wigs, elaborately curled and powdered, often to conceal thinning hair and a pocked complexion left by smallpox. But even she, sovereign of one of Europe's wealthiest courts, was said to bathe only on rare occasion. Some accounts suggest once a month, others even less. Water, the physicians warned, might carry illness through the skin. Immersion was risky. Dampness opened the body to all manner of invisible corruption. Instead, the queen practiced dry cleaning. Her maids would rub her body with cloths dipped in rosewater, alcohol, or vinegar. Her linens were changed daily, sometimes twice, and her bedchambers aired religiously. Every morning, she was attended by a team of women who scrubbed her hands, refreshed her face powder, perfumed her sleeves, and combed her wigs. Her cleanliness, such as it was a layered constructional linen, powder, clove water, restraint. She didn't wash herself. She was washed by others. The rest of the court followed her lead. Nobles wore embroidered undergarments that absorbed sweat and could be boiled clean, even if their wearers remained unbathed. They scented their gloves with oils, stuffed pomanders with ambergris and musk, and combed their hair with ornate ivory combs dusted in starch or flour to absorb oil. Some used colon-like mixtures known as sweet waters, stored in crystal bottles and dabbed on the wrists and behind the ears. Hair was oiled and stiffened, then powdered to mask both the scent and the dirt. Lice were ever present, even among the best dressed, and combing them out was a task handled discreetly behind chamber screens or by trusted servants. Women at court faced particular challenges. With bodies bound tightly in corsets and gowns made of heavy brocade and velvet, sweat accumulated beneath layers of fabric that could not be easily laundered. Bodices were lined with scented sachets. Some carried handkerchiefs soaked in lavender or crushed mint. During dances or feasts, the heat of the room could make these strategies fail quickly. A noblewoman's composure was tested not by grace alone, but by how long she could carry on with a smile, while silently stewing beneath a pound of velvet and rough medical treatments were as much about hygiene as they were about social theater. Bloodletting was believed to cleanse the body of impurities. Purgatives and emetics were common, forcing the body to expel supposed toxins through vomiting or diarrhea. Sweating was encouraged via heated stones, layered blankets, or fiery herbal tinctures based on the belief that the body expelled its corruption through the skin. Ironically, these practices often made the patient dirtier and more vulnerable, but they were administered with confidence and ceremony. For those not of noble birth, but still above the status of tradesmen lawyers, scholars, minor courtiers, cleanliness was largely a matter of access. They might bathe in wooden tubs hauled into kitchens and filled with water from the hearth. This was a rare event, often reserved for seasonal changes, recovery from illness, or marital preparation. More frequently, they washed hands and faces in basins and changed linen as often as income allowed. A clean collar might hide an unwashed neck. A new pair of stockings might distract from weeks of neglected feet, and yet, despite the lack of genuine bodily hygiene, there was a sincere cultural fixation on moral cleanliness. Filth was still associated with sin, just not physical filth. Gossip, gluttony, and idleness were the true grime. As long as one looked composed and respectable, actual washing could wait. This is perhaps what defined the period's hygiene most of all, the divide between what was felt and what was seen. A clean shirt did not mean a clean man, but it meant a man who knew the rules, who knew how to present. So the nobles and their imitators powdered their wigs, aired their rooms, rubbed their hands with lemon peel, and sat beside courtiers who smelled like lavender and mildew in equal measure. They toasted each other in banquets where the floors were sticky with spilled wine and the air choked with meat smoke. They complimented ruffled sleeves and pearl-studded bodices while scratching beneath lace cuffs and pretending not to notice. In this world, cleanliness was not about purity or comfort. It was about illusion. It was about holding the line between refinement and the chaos of the city's muck and steam. And so, in the halls of Whitehall and the streets of Cheapside, Londoners smiled through their grime, powdered their sleeves, and walked with the pride of people who had mastered the ancient art of looking clean while being anything but in ancient Egypt. The line between cleanliness and divinity was so thin it was often invisible. To be clean was to be closer to the gods. Dirt wasn't just discomfort, it was spiritual disorder. And yet, in a landscape dominated by heat, dust, and disease, staying clean wasn't just a matter of pouring water over your head. It was a complex, ritual-driven process that required materials that could be both healing and, in the wrong hands, fatally toxic. For most Egyptians, washing was a daily expectation. Even the poorest laborer, if he could access a bowl of water and a cloth, was expected to rinse off dust, sweat, and the smell of labor before eating or entering a temple. Cleanliness was not about vanity, it was about order, that sacred concept of mat, the balance that governed the cosmos. Dirt, like lies and chaos, was considered a violation of that order. And just as priests recited hymns to restore harmony, people washed their bodies to align themselves with the same cosmic principle. But water alone was not enough. The Egyptians' idea of soap would seem strange to modern eyes. Instead of bars or gels, they used a combination of natrona, naturally occurring mixture of sodium carbonate, baking soda, and saltand, various animal fats or oils. Natron was an abrasive cleaner, effective at stripping grease from both dishes and skin. When combined with water, it fizzed slightly and created a paste that could be rubbed across the body. But it was also caustic. Too much would leave the skin raw. Applied too close to the eyes or mouth, it could burn. Used improperly, it could kill. Even so, natron was everywhere. It was used not just on the living, but on the dead. Mummification depended on it. Corpses were packed in the stuff for weeks to dry out and purify the flesh. That meant the same compound Egyptians used to scrub their armpits was also used to desiccate royal intestines before burial. There was no squeamishness about this overlap. Death and hygiene, to them, shared the same language. More refined forms of cleaning came in the form of oils. These were prized not just for fragrance, but for function. Wealthier Egyptians used castor oil, moringa oil, or sesame oil to keep their skin supple and protected from the harsh sun. These were applied daily, massaged into the scalp, arms, and legs. Some households had dedicated oil jars at the entrance, so guests and family members could anoint themselves before stepping indoors. Certain mixtures were scented with frankincense, myrrh, or lotus, not just for smell, but for their antimicrobial properties. Whether people understood the science or not, they knew these things preserved. Hair care was equally complex. Men and women alike oiled and styled their hair with care, often braiding it into fine rows or shaping it with beeswax. Children's heads were often shaved to prevent lice, leaving only a single lock of hair, the side lock of youth, which had its own religious symbolism. Wigs were common among the elite, and caring for a wig required its own form of cleaning, brushing, oiling, and resting it on carved wooden stands. Some wigs were made of human hair, others of wool or palm fiber. A badly kept wig could mark you as careless or impure. Priests, particularly those serving in temples dedicated to gods like Ra, Osiris, or Amen, took cleanliness to extreme levels. They shaved their bodies completely every few days, scrubbed with natron several times a day, and were forbidden from eating certain foods that might make them smell. Some rituals demanded that they rinse their mouths with water from sacred lakes, not once, but 5 times before entering a sanctuary. Even their clothing had to be newly washed linen, never reused. The idea was not merely to avoid offending the gods with body odor, but to become as unearthly as possible, to step into the presence of divinity with nothing of the mortal filth left behind. But not everyone had access to the same materials. The working classes cleaned themselves with sand and river water, rubbed their teeth with chewed twigs, and shared communal wash basins at the end of a day's work. Baths, as such, weren't common. Most homes had no dedicated place for full-body washing. Instead, people used jars and bowls, poured water over themselves in courtyards, or hired servants to assist with washing. It was messy, often wasteful, and reserved for specific times after illness, during festivals, or before entering certain public spaces. Still, even the simplest Egyptian home made some gesture toward purification. Water was stored in porous clay jars, which kept it cool through evaporation. Towels were made from rough linen, stiff with sun and soap, and oil, if available, was rubbed into the skin, not just for moisture, but to create a barrier layer that would collect the day's dust and be scraped off in the evening with a dull blade, like a primitive exfoliation. All of this oil, natron, scraping, shaving was more than bodily upkeep. It was symbolic defense. In a land where disease lurked in stagnant canals and the bite of the sandfly, being clean was being protected. The gods, after all, were clean. Dirt was the realm of the unformed, the chaotic, the dead who had not been properly buried, and yet, ironically, some of the very tools that promised cleanliness could also hasten death. Natron, inhaled in excess, could corrode the lungs. Some perfumed oils were cut with lead or mercury. The very same lotus-scented unguent that made your skin glow might shorten your life by years, but none of that diminished the devotion. To smell of oil and incense, to feel slick and sun-warmed, was to live properly. To live wrongly was to die wrongly, and to die unwashed was a disgrace few could bear in ancient Egypt. The difference between bathing the body and preparing the soul wasn't as wide as it might seem. Cleanliness for Egyptians was never simply a matter of health or social appearance. It was a sacred duty deeply embedded in the logic of the universe, as essential as feeding the gods or recording the flood levels of the Nile. Dirt, if not removed, was thought to cling not only to the flesh but to the spirit. And so, whether one was preparing for a visit to a temple or preparing for burial, the body was scrubbed, shaved, oiled, and anointed with a near-religious precision that revealed more about Egyptian metaphysics than it did about mere hygiene. By the New Kingdom period, tomb decoration was at its most elaborate, and hygiene had become part of the visual grammar of piety and preparation. On tomb walls, we see scenes of servants pouring water over the heads of their masters, applying cones of scented fat atop wigs, and rubbing salves onto feet with slow, ceremonial grace. These were not idle details. To the Egyptians, death was not an end, but a continuation. A person expected to rise in the afterlife, needing the same bodily care they had in life. The tomb had to be stocked not only with food, clothes, and amulets, but also with combs, jars of perfumed oil, linens, and washing vessels. Among the wealthiest Egyptians, embalming practices blurred the line between medicine and magic. The body, once deceased, was laid on a sloped table and washed with palm wine astringent that was both symbolic and functional. The brain was removed through the nose, the organs were placed in canopic jars, and the internal cavity was packed with bundles of natron. This wasn't just to dry out the flesh. The dead were not allowed to rot. They had to be perfected, made immune to filth, odor, and decay. In a way, death was the one time in an Egyptian's life when cleanliness truly became permanent. But mummification, sacred spaces. Priests of high-ranking temples were required to bathe in cold water from a sacred lake 4 times a day at dawn. They shaved their entire bodies to remove any trace of impurity and abstained from sex and strong foods that might upset the balance of their inner elements. They were walking vessels of purity, not just men in robes, and the water itself was not neutral, drawn from specific lakes or wells believed to be blessed by the gods. It was stored in alabaster or ceramic vessels and applied with reverence. The common people, too, had their rituals. Before meals, particularly at festivals, they might wash hands and feet in scented water. Before prayer, they might rinse the mouth and flick water over the shoulders in a warding gesture. Children were often rubbed with protective oils, not only to moisturize the skin, but to guard them from demons. Women who had recently given birth were considered ritually unclean and underwent ceremonial bathing before being reintegrated into the household. These customs were rarely codified, but widely known, passed from mother to daughter, neighbor to neighbor. Perfume, perhaps more than anything else, defined the Egyptian sense of cleanliness. To smell good was to be clean, to be favored, to be elevated. The most prized perfumes were thick, resinous pastes stored in carved alabaster jars. Into a paste that was burned as incense and rubbed onto the skin. Its smell lingered for days. Richer Egyptians applied scented fat to their heads in cone form, letting it melt slowly throughout the day and release fragrance in the heat. It showed you had servants to tend to you, resources to waste, time to prepare. But perfumes could also harm. Some mixtures were spiked with ingredients that irritated the skin or caused long-term damage. Imported resins were expensive and sometimes adulterated. Cheap imitations might smell fine but cause itching or worse. The tombs of nobles were packed with jars of unguents, many still sealed when discovered by archaeologists. In one instance, a tomb was found with over 300 jars of oil, an entire lifetime's supply for a man already dead. The use of smell extended into religion itself. Offerings to the gods often included burning incense or perfumed water poured over statues. Temples were places of smell as much as sound, or sight, choked with the dense aroma of cedar, frankincense, and lotus. Priests were sometimes tasked with scenting the temple daily, walking from room to room with burners or flasks. It was believed that the gods, though unseen, were drawn to scent, just as flies were drawn to rot. To smell right was to invite the divine. And yet, even in this society that so prized ritual purity, cleanliness had its limits. In the countryside, water was not always abundant. Farmers and laborers washed when they could, often in canals shared with livestock. Disease, especially schistosomiasis and dysentery, was common. Parasites flourished. But even when the body was infected, the ideals of hygiene persisted. A man might be covered in sores, but he would still pour water over his hands before a meal. A mother might live in a house of mud and reed, but she would still anoint her baby with oil each morning, because in ancient Egypt, being clean was not just a bodily condition, it was a declaration that you respected life, understood death, and believed in the continued order of all things. When archaeologists first cracked open the sealed tombs of Egypt's long-dead elite, the air inside wasn't always dry and musty. In some cases, it carried a faint, almost sweet smell, the last whisper of ancient perfumes sealed for thousands of years, lingering in the silence. It was not rot, it was preservation. It was the scent of a civilization that, more than almost any other, believed that death should smell divine. Ancient Egyptians believed that smell did not end at death. The body might perish, the organs might be removed, the brain discarded, but the scent, if properly tended, could remain. The soul, after all, returned to its preserved vessel nightly in the underworld, and that soul deserved comfort, familiarity, and fragrance. Perfumed linen wrappings, oils rubbed into the skin before embalming, and carefully arranged jars of unguents were all meant to sustain a kind of sensory continuity beyond death. You were meant to smell like yourself, even after your lips had dried and your skin had turned to resin. This obsession with posthumous cleanliness reached its apex in the tombs of the New Kingdom, where perfumes were not only applied to the corpse, but inscribed into the walls. Instructions on how to purify the body, how to anoint the limbs, care one might reserve for royal decrees. The smell wasn't decorative, it was ritual. A scent could ward off demons, a bad odor might drive away the soul. The afterlife was perfumed, not with fantasy, but with ritual practicality, and it was eternal, if you could afford it. But not all embalming was flawless. Mistakes were made. A poorly mixed batch of natron, an apprentice embalmer who applied too much resin to soon any number of missteps, could sour the body instead of sanctifying it. And in a land where scent was sacred, the consequences were dire. A corpse, reeked of decay, risked spiritual unrest. Families paid extra for proper balms, better cloth, more seasoned hands. Not to avoid decomposition entirely, that was impossible, but to delay the betrayal of the nose for as long as possible in life. The rich were scented with myrrh and cinnamon. The poor, if they could, used onion juice, garlic rubs, or even charred cloths to mask their scent. Laborers returning from the fields might clean themselves with rough sand or splash canal water over their heads, then rub the skin with oil made from radish or castor seeds. There were markets for scent, tiers of oil vendors, and even traveling perfumers who carried trays of fragrance pots through village squares. Smelling good was status. It was control. It was a quiet, slippery form of power, but that power was also dangerous. Many ancient oils and pastes, though pleasant at first, were laced with toxic ingredients. Lead-based whiteners, mercury tinctures, and arsenic powders found their way into even the most elite toiletries. The same unguents that softened skin or added sheen to the lips could corrode tissue over time. The more you scented yourself, the more risk you absorbed. It was a quiet trade-off, comfort now, decline later. But it was worth it for some. To smell right was to be seen, accepted, maybe even loved. And so, paradoxically, hygiene in ancient Egypt, so structured, so sacred, was also dangerous. It required constant maintenance, constant care, and a constant reckoning with ingredients that walked the line between medicine and poison. A single mistake in preparation could turn a perfume into a venom. A false dichotomy in choosing your natron supplier could leave a loved one improperly mummified. Cleanliness demanded knowledge. Without it, one could die badly and be remembered. poorly. Today, when we uncover tombs sealed by sand and stone, the cleanliness of their occupants is often one of the first things that fades. Flesh flakes, oils dry, but the tools of cleanliness remain. A comb of ivory still tucked beneath a linen bundle. A dried jar of perfumed resin, its cap hardened shut. A washing bowl decorated with blue lotus, resting in the corner as if still awaiting use. These are the artifacts, not of war, not of statecraft, but of morning routines. They remind us that for all the grand theology and sun-drenched ritual, ancient Egyptians were people who, day after day, tried not to smell too badly. And as we peer into those tombs, lined with gold and guarded by jackal-headed gods, we are reminded that even the divine had body odor, that even the dead, swaddled in linen and soaked in the sacred, carried with them the quiet hope that someone, someday, would care enough to wash behind their ears. In the bustling heart of Edo-period, Japan, between the narrow wooden alleyways, the flutter of kimonos, and the chirp of bamboo water clocks, life moved with a quiet rhythm, interrupted only by fire, flood, or plague. And while the shoguns ruled from palaces of polished cedar and paper walls, most of their subjects lived in cities that teetered between order and rot. The people of Edo, modern-day Tokyo, Osaka, and Kyoto existed in urban landscapes where everything, homes, walls, clothing, and customs, was flammable, delicate, and damp. In this world, water was both salvation and hazard. It rinsed, cleaned, carried, and killed. And in the absence of plumbing or proper sewage systems, staying hygienic required a choreography of buckets, rain barrels, and wooden sandals that clacked just above the sludge. There were no taps, no underground sewage lines, no hot showers to rinse away the summer sweat or winter grit. Water came from wells and canals, and for those lucky enough, from the sky itself. Every house had some kind of collection system: a rain barrel, a stone basin, a wooden cistern that funneled rooftop runoff into storage. The wealthier might keep their barrels covered with bamboo lids to keep out leaves, insects, and the occasional curious cat. For the rest, open barrels served not only as water supplies, but as homes for mosquito larvae, bird droppings, and a thin film of green algae. Still, if left too long, water turned. The trick was to use it just before it soured, or to boil it. But firewood was not cheap, and many preferred to risk a bad belly over an empty wallet. For the average town dweller, the day began with a splash of cold water to the face, a ladle dipped into a basin, a quick rinse of the hands and mouth, cleansing in the Shinto tradition, but also just practical. Japan's religious culture tied cleanliness to purity, especially in relation to the kami, the spirits that governed both the sacred and the mundane. To approach a shrine, or even certain parts of one's own home, without having rinsed the body was unthinkable. But that cleansing, like most things in Edo life, was done without waste. A single dip of water, a single piece of cloth, then on with the day. Bathing, however, was a different matter. While many cultures at the time viewed bathing with suspicion, in Edo-period Japan, it was not only accepted, it was a national obsession. Communal bathhouses dotted the cities, their steamy interiors divided often by nothing more than a hanging cloth into male and female sections. These bathhouses, or sento, charged a modest fee and offered warm water heated by firewood stoves. For many, this was the only opportunity to truly wash the entire body. But the idea of bathing was not about soap, and scrubbing it was about soaking. The Japanese bathed after they were already clean, rinsing the body with water from buckets before stepping into the communal tub. To enter dirty was not only frowned upon, it was a public embarrassment. Soap, when it was used, was rudimentary and made from natural ingredients like ash and oil. Sometimes rice bran was used as a gentle exfoliant. The skin was rubbed down with cloths, not brushes, and afterward, bathers might apply camellia oil to the hair or skin for moisture and sheen. This oil had to be used sparingly, was expensive, and the average laborer might use just a few drops, rubbed between the palms, then passed through the hair with fingers, like a comb. But outside the ordered steams of the hygiene was a messier affair. Streets overflowed during heavy rains, and canals clogged with the refuse of daily life: fish guts, discarded tofu, broken sandals, human waste. Sewage systems, such as they existed, were often little more than narrow channels between houses, covered with planks. The smell, in summer, could be overpowering. Merchants and commoners alike took to wearing cloths over their noses or burning incense at doorways. In wealthier districts, small gardens were kept not only for beauty, but to absorb runoff and mask odors with the scent of pine or plum blossom. Human waste was valuable and hazardous in equal measure. Known as night soil, it was collected from outhouses by specialized workers who sold it to farmers as fertilizer. This was a regulated, profitable trade, so much so that some landlords charged tenants less rent in exchange for the rights to their waste. But until collection day, the waste sat in buckets, often poorly sealed, fermenting quietly in back alleys. The risk of contamination was constant. Children were warned not to play near the drainage ditches. Some ignored the warning and paid for it with dysentery or worse. And yet, despite all this, Edo, Japan did not reek like some of its European contemporaries. There was an order to the chaos, a rhythm to the rot. People swept the fronts of their homes. Sand was sprinkled on walkways to absorb moisture and odor. Vendors rinsed their stalls at the end of each day, and even the poorest households washed rice bowls with clean water when possible, because food, like the body, had to be respected. When the skies over Edo stayed dry too long, when the seasonal rains failed to fill the barrels, and the canals ran slow and brown, the illusion of cleanliness in the city began to crack. A society built on the ritual of water-on ladled rinses, warm soaks, and public bathing had to reckon with scarcity. And it did so with a discipline that balanced reverence with ruthless practicality. Cleanliness was not abandoned, it was reimagined. A nation that washed itself daily with spiritual and civic fervor learned to stretch every drop, to mask every stench, and to uphold the dignity of purity even when the buckets stood dry. During droughts, which came regularly enough to be feared but not quite expected, public baths often had to close or limit access. Firewood became expensive, and heating large communal tubs was seen as wasteful if rainwater supplies were low. City officials sometimes issued quiet guidelines, recommendations, not laws encouraging households to conserve. Buckets meant for washing were now shared by entire families. A rinse that once involved several ladles of water was reduced to a damp cloth passed carefully over the face, the neck, the feet. You did what you could, you washed what was visible. You kept your sleeves long and your distance respectful. In wealthier homes, stored rainwater was rationed with almost military precision. Covered cisterns were unlocked at dawn and dusk. Servants fetched only what was needed, no more, no less. Gardens went dry. Decorative ponds were drained. Some homes used boiled tea water for hand washing. Others, particularly those with Buddhist leanings, turned to symbolic cleansing, sprinkling a few drops of water before the household altar, then bowing in silence, acknowledging that sometimes intent had to suffice when the body could not be fully cleansed. Perfume and powder filled the gaps. While the Japanese did not traditionally use perfume in the Western sense, they had long mastered the art of incense and scent layering. In times of drought, more incense was burned in homes, not only to please the spirits, but to dull the smells of unwashed bodies and stagnant corners. Clothing was aired out on rooftops. Hair was tied back or covered, especially if it had gone unwashed for days. Camellia oil, used sparingly, gave the illusion of freshness, and though people may have known they were less clean, few were willing to admit it aloud. Cleanliness was tied to character. To say someone smelled was to question their morality, their discipline, their place in society. Disease, of course, did not wait for water to return. Dysentery and cholera haunted the ditches and narrow waterways. Flies thrived in still water, in especially desperate times. Rumors of poisonings and divine retribution circulated, suggesting that the drought was punishment for impurity, or for the failure to properly observe seasonal festivals and rites. In response, people turned more fervently to ritual. More incense was offered, more doors were swept, more hands were clasped before household shrines. The lack of water deepened the spiritual importance of cleanliness. If you couldn't wash your body, you washed your thoughts. Some neighborhoods developed systems of water sharing. Buckets were labeled with family crests or names, and each day a rotating member would fetch what was available from the closest functioning well. Arguments broke out, but rarely turned violent, least not in the early weeks of drought. Edo's culture of order and shame helped suppress overt conflict, but tensions simmered. Women, who often bore the burden of household hygiene, were blamed when clothes began to sour or children came down with fever. A kimono that once swished with pride now clung with sweat. A cooking pot that had once been rinsed thrice now boiled, with water poured straight from a canal. Yet even in these conditions, the idea of not cleaning was unthinkable. If water couldn't be used, friction was. People rubbed their bodies with coarse cloth, hoping to scrape away dirt and smell. Ashes from burned incense or rice husks were rubbed into palms, then shaken off. Some turned to dry brushing with bamboo or horsehair tools. And always, the aim was the same, not absolute cleanliness, but the appearance of effort, of control, of dignity. In monasteries and shrines, the drought was treated as a moment of philosophical inquiry. Monks preached about the transience of the body, the impermanence of smell and filth alike. They quoted sutras about the mind being more important than the skin. But even they, when water became available, resumed their washing rituals with care. The body, after all, was the vessel of Karmand, even if perfection was out of reach. Cleanliness brought one closer to harmony when rains did finally return. They came with a kind of collective relief that bordered on euphoria. Streets were swept, buckets overflowed, bathhouses reopened and filled with laughter. Children were scolded for splashing too much, but rarely punished. For a time, the city felt pure again, not just physically, but spiritually. The rot retreated, the rhythm resumed, but the memory of drought lingered. People saved more water. Some built larger barrels. Others stopped bathing as frequently, even when they could. Habits adjusted. And in a way, this cyclical hardship had become part of the cultural fabric, not as a crisis, but as another reminder that cleanliness was never a given. It was a ritual, a challenge, a form of resilience disguised as routine. Because in Edo, Japan, even when the water vanished, the desire to be clean never did. By the end of the Edo period, Japan had transformed itself into something few outsiders understood: an empire of wooden cities and incense clouds, where order was carved not into marble or steel, but into the soft rituals of daily life. Bathing, rinsing, sweeping, and boiling were not random chores. They were cornerstones of stability. And nowhere was that more evident than in the communal bathhouse or cell. It was a place to be seen, not in your finest robes or with your most elegant speech, but stripped to your plainest self. Because to be clean was to be human, respectable, and a member of the civic whole. Every neighborhood had at least one sento, usually marked by a hanging curtain and the faint hiss of steam. Within, the layout was simple: a wooden dressing room, low stools for washing, wooden buckets for rinsing, and the hot bath itself, deep and square like a cauldron of peace. But even without it, the act of bathing was effective because it was structured. You never entered the bath dirty. You never left without rinsing your stool, and you always bowed slightly when passing others, acknowledging not their presence, but the shared commitment to civility. The bathhouse was egalitarian in theory, though not always in practice. Rich and poor bathed together, but they brought different tools. Some arrived with clean towels and fresh oils, others with rags and nothing else. Women bathed with women, men with men, though young children might accompany their parents regardless of gender. Privacy was minimal, but shame was rare. Modesty was expressed not through covering the body, but through composure, how one carried themselves, how one respected the space, how one refrained from idle gossip or laughter that might disturb the quiet splash and sigh of warm water. What made this system work was less the water and more the shared sense of cleanliness as identity. To neglect your rinsing stool was to shame your family. To carry the odor of sweat or waste into a crowded room was to mark yourself as someone beyond the boundaries of public life. And so, people kept each other in line, not with rules, but with glances, with pauses, with silence. The sento didn't just scrub the skin, it polished the soul in the public eye. Outside these steamy sanctuaries, the ideals of cleanliness crept into every other part of society. Merchants scrubbed their storefronts each morning. Apprentices were tasked with wiping down the floors of their masters' shops. Children were taught to fold their clothes, wash their bowls, rinse their hands before touching books. Temples kept their stone paths swept free of leaves. Even the beggars outside gates often carried rags to wipe their faces, maintaining some dignity in the eyes of passersby. It was a culture not of luxury, but of minimalist refinement, where needed no gold to be noble, but but this harmony had its fragility. Fires were a constant threat. Built of wood and paper, Edo could ignite in an instant, and when it did, water became everything. Buckets were chained along streets for quick access. Firefighters were celebrated not for extinguishing flames, but for demolishing houses to stop the spread. After every great fire, entire districts would be rebuilt, sometimes cleaner, sometimes rougher, but always with the same reverence for order. Clean streets, clean thresholds, clean beginnings. In the last decades of the Edo period, as foreign ships began appearing off the coast and whispers of change spread, Japan's cities remained resistant. Western observers were puzzled. How could such densely packed towns, without modern sanitation, remain so orderly, so unoffensive? The answer, of course, was not in the infrastructure, but in the culture, in the quiet rituals, in the buckets by the door and the rinsing cloth beside the futon, in the belief that cleanliness was not about wealth or invention, it was about intention. Today, echoes of Edo's hygiene practices still survive. Modern Japan retains public bathhouses, neighborhood cleaning days, the removal of shoes before entry, the ritual hand-rinsing before prayer. But what's often forgotten is how these customs began not as luxuries, but as necessary forms of respect in a world without pipes, plumbing, or pure water. Because in Edo, Japan, cleanliness was never just about the body. It was about the space you shared, the people you lived beside, the balance you maintained between yourself and the fragile, beautiful chaos of wood, rain, and time. At the heart of Versailles, the sprawling, gold-laced palace that came to symbolize absolute monarchy in its most theatrical form, there was a secret most visitors would have noticed almost immediately, though none would have dared mention it aloud. The king, and nearly everyone around him, smelled awful, not because they were slovenly or uncultured. On the contrary, Louis XIV's court prided itself on elegance, refinement, and visual perfection. The silks gleamed, the wigs soared, the fountains sprayed like choreography, but beneath the powdered cheeks and brocade waistcoats was a court that believed washing with water was suspicious at best, potentially dangerous at worst. The Sun King, as Louis was known, was not wholly averse to hygiene. He reportedly bathed a grand total of twice in his life, once as a child, and again after a surgical procedure when the doctor insisted. But even those instances were treated with caution. Water, to 17th century French medicine, was thought to open the pores and allow disease to enter the body. Cleanliness was pursued not through immersion, but through masking. If the body smelled, it was not because it was unclean, but because it was human. The answer wasn't to strip that smell away, but to drown it in perfume. And drown it they did. The court at Versailles consumed barrels of scented water, casks of rose oil, lavender pouches, and sachets of crushed herbs. Clothing was perfumed, wigs were dusted with scented powder, gloves were soaked in orange blossom before being worn. Rooms were sprayed with vinegar, infused with rosemary or thyme, not to kill germs, but to purify the air. Candles burned with scented wax. And yet, despite all this olfactory effort, the underlying odors remained. The palace, for all its splendor, had almost no functioning bathrooms, by servants who grew accustomed to the task. In moments of urgency, courtiers might simply relieve themselves in a fireplace or behind a curtain. Versailles had over 300 rooms, but almost no plumbing. Latrines, when they existed, were often shared by dozens. Perfect gardens served as an unofficial public toilet. The hedges, tall and clipped into unnatural shapes, offered both privacy and cover. The result was a court where one could admire a marble statue and simultaneously step in something unpleasant. Still, none of this was seen as degrading. Cleanliness at Versailles was not about sanitation, it was about symbolism. The king was clean because he was the king. He didn't need to bathe. His body was above ordinary filth, and so the courtiers followed suit, misting themselves with perfume, changing clothes frequently, and powdering their wigs to the point of suffocation. There was, however, one place where cleanliness was performed with theatrical precision: the morning lever, or royal awakening ceremony. Each day, the king was dressed in front of a select group of nobles, attendants, and officials. The ritual included everything from changing the royal linen shirt to brushing the king's teeth knot with water. His face might be wiped with rose water. His hands would be rinsed with scented vinegar. These gestures were not truly hygienic. They were political. To touch the king was a privilege, even if the act was scrubbing his armpits. And so, in a palace where no one bathed but everyone performed the appearance of being clean, hygiene became a kind of courtly theater. Linen shirts were changed multiple times a day. Wigs were maintained by dedicated stylists who brushed, curled, and repowdered as needed. Gloves hid hands stained with ink or food. Fans were used not only to cool but to waft away unpleasant odors. And of course, etiquette dictated that no one mention the smell not of themselves. The gardeners, the kitchen staff, the stable boys, those who did not have the luxury of masking every bodily function with rose oil and powdered wigs. Beyond the golden walls of the Hall of Mirrors and the carefully orchestrated rituals of the Sun King's court, Versailles was a working palisade like any workplace. It was full of people who labored, sweated, and rarely bathed. Beneath the scent of lavender, sachets, and clove-stuffed gloves, for the gardeners, cooks, footmen, stable boys, it was something they faked just well enough to avoid shame. The palace grounds themselves stretched for miles, a carefully groomed landscape of fountains, sculptures. These gardeners, many of whom lived on site, worked from dawn till dusk in the sun. Instead, they wiped themselves with damp cloths, changed shirts when possible, and powdered their wigs. Even gardeners wore wigs, albeit of simpler, more practical styles. The stink of compost, sweat, and mud was ever present, but so too was the expectation that one should never smell more common than necessary. Inside, the kitchens were another hotbed of human odor. Enormous hearths roasted meats for hundreds of courtiers at a time, and kitchens ran nearly 24 hours a day. Soot stained their aprons. But these same men and women might, if summoned, be called into a reception room to serve dishes directly to nobles. And so even here, a bizarre ritual of surface cleaning developed. Aprons were turned inside out, faces quickly wiped with wine-soaked cloths, and hands rubbed with herbs, like rosemary or sage, to give the illusion of freshness. For those higher in the hierarchy, ladies and waiting valets and butlers, the pressure to appear clean was more intense. They were constantly near nobility. They helped dress the king and queen, arranged wigs, fetched slippers. These staff members had no true access to private bathing facilities. but they performed elaborate routines of spot washing, using rose water, vinegar rinses, and powders to blot sweat. Shaving was done dry or with oils. Teeth were wiped, not brushed. Hands were rubbed with lemon peels or stale bread to remove odors. These methods didn't clean so much as camouflage. Still, most of Versailles functioned under a strange social contract. If you didn't comment on someone's smell, they wouldn't comment on yours. To do so would be a breach of decorum, an exposure not just of another's hygiene, but of your own vulgarity in bringing it up. Even when someone passed out from heat, heavy perfume, or a fainting spell induced by a particularly pungent corridor, the fault was never the air. It was attributed to mood, weather, or spirits. What made all of this tolerable, besides societal conditioning, was that no one bathed. It wasn't as if the nobles were spotless and the servants filthy. Everyone existed in a strange olfactory ecosystem, layered with musk, dust, sweat, and scent. The only difference was who had access to better masks. For women, this duality was even more rigid. Noble women rarely bathed their bodies, but were expected to appear ethereal floating creatures of powdered flesh and violet scent. Underneath their corsets and panniers, however, conditions could be grim. Skin rashes, lice, and sores were not uncommon. Yet any admission of discomfort was taboo. Doctors prescribed perfume. The answer was always to cover, never to cleanse. Ironically, the only time full body washing became semi-routine was during illness or childbirth. Then, the patient would be wiped with warm cloths, their linens changed, and the room ventilated. But even this had limits. Some physicians argued that too much fresh air weakened the body, and some believed washing during a fever could let death in through the pores. Despite this, the court maintained its image. Versailles was the model of refinement. Visitors from foreign lands marveled at the chandeliers and paintings and managed mostly to overlook the smell. Or perhaps they simply expected it. In many European courts, water and soap were equally suspect. The difference at Versailles was that they had made filth fashionable, and still, amid all the rot and roses, one wonders, how did a man who only bathed twice in his life, ruling over a court that feared water, become a symbol of elegance for centuries? Why did no one revolt, not against the smell, but against the illusion? Way a tapestry unravels, thread by golden thread. Behind the mirrors and marble, rot had taken hold. Not just the literal kind, though the latrines still overflowed. Sanitation, the king himself, aged into legend. His body, once clad in fine silks and powdered wigs, decayed in private. His breath reportedly turned sour with infection in his final years. His legs swelled, his teeth blackened, and yet, each day, the lever went on. The ritual of cleaning the king without water became more absurd, more ceremonial, more disconnected from its purpose. Rosewater cloths dabbed a face lined with pain. Lavender sachets were pressed under arms that no longer lifted. And still, no one said a word. The king's death in 1715 left not just a power vacuum, but a scent trail, metaphorical one, that lingered long after the palace halls had quieted. Versailles remained the center of royal life, but cracks deepened. Nobles continued their rituals, powdering their wigs, perfuming their gloves, and misting their letters with violet-scented water. But beyond the walls, the world was changing. Enlightenment thinkers were questioning everything, including the health consequences of not bathing. Across Europe, scientific ideas about disease and hygiene were slowly gaining traction. In Paris, a few bold physicians suggested that regular washing might actually prevent illness rather than cause it. Even as cholera and smallpox ravaged the countryside, the court clung to its perfumes. Cleanliness was still social, not scientific. If your clothing suggested order, even when your body beneath it was falling apart. Some of the court's younger members, inspired by foreign travels or philosophical salons, began experimenting with water. Still, these were rare and rarely used. One duchess might boast of washing her feet monthly. Another might confess privately to soaking her hands in milk. But full body immersion remained scandalous. Water, after all, was still considered dangerous. At best, it was for the sick. The palace that once defined taste now felt stuck in a world perfumed against reality. Revolution brewed not in the halls of the king's bedchamber, but in the streets, where common people understood filth differently. They lived in it, they knew its cost, and they watched, with growing disgust, a court that powdered its lice rather than confronting the system that bred them. By the time of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, the palace still gleamed. The wigs were taller, the perfumes stronger. But the illusion was wearing thin. The queen's rustic retreat, the hameau de la reine, real peasants smelled like manure and fear. At Versailles, nobles pretended to churn butter while wearing silk, and the palace, once the fragrant center of absolute power, was left to rot. Dust settled, fabrics faded, the air cleared. For the first time in over a century, the halls were silent and, perhaps, finally, breathable. But the legacy of Versailles, hygiene or lack thereof, endured. Even today, we remember the powdered wigs and rose-scented handkerchiefs, but rarely the grime beneath them. We recall the grandeur, not the stench, and, in that forgetting, something curious survives. The idea that appearance can outlast reality. That if you smell sweet enough, no one will notice the rot. That perfume, properly applied, can pass for power. Because, in the end, Louis XIV didn't need to bathe. His court didn't need plumbing. They needed only to believe that cleanliness could be seen and not smelled in the heart of medieval Europe. Behind the thick stone walls of monasteries that doubled as fortresses and farms, a quiet revolution was bubbling quite literally. While peasants in surrounding villages drank from rivers muddied by animals, thick, mildly fermented ale, cloudy with grain and blessed with the accidental power to purify. It wasn't luxury, it was survival. And though few monks would have claimed to understand the science of sanitation, they knew one thing with certainty: drinking water made you sick. Beer didn't. To the untrained eye, a medieval monastery may have seemed like a place of spiritual retreat, chanting, copying manuscripts, tending gardens. But beneath the hymns and prayers, monks were running some of the most efficient breweries in Europe. This was crushed, mixed with water, and brought to a boil. Here lay the unspoken magic. Boiling the water killed pathogens. And even though germ theory wouldn't arrive for centuries, the monks could see the results. Those who drank beer stayed upright. The closer one lived to the church, the more elaborate the purification rituals became, but, ironically, the less actual bathing occurred. Some sects allowed only limited bathing per year, once at Easter, perhaps again at Christmas. Dirt was considered part of spiritual humility. More precisely, what they avoided. Beer brewed in monasteries wasn't about getting drunk. In fact, it was specifically made to be mild, low in alcohol, but rich in nutrition. It provided calories, hydration, and most importantly, safety. By their design, were unusually clean for the time. They had access to resources, labor, and some of the earliest plumbing systems in Europe. But even then, monks were skeptical about drinking it raw. Some monasteries even had different types of beer for different purposes. Light for fasting days, heartier for feast days, stronger still for the abbot or visiting bishops. The brewing itself was meticulous. Fermentation vessels were made of wood, cleaned with scalding water or burning herbs. The process was overseen by the monk brewer, a man who combined theology with thermodynamics, whether he realized it or not. Recipes were guarded and passed down, altered slightly with regional ingredients, hops in the north, herbs and spices in the south. The frothy foam that formed during fermentation was referred to as the blessing, and eventually monasteries became known not just as centers of literacy and prayer, but as places where you could get the best drink for your health, far superior to the brown water of village wells, many of which were little more than open holes into disease. The irony, of course, was thick. While commoners trudged through mud and disease, and all because they believed that a boiled batch of barley water made better company for prayer than a sip from the river. But if beer kept the monks safe, what did peasants drink when they couldn't afford ale? And how did Europe's water woes shape a continent that relied on rot to stay alive? Outside the cool cloisters and orderly refectories of the monasteries, the world of the average medieval villager was far less forgiving for them. There were no underground aqueducts, no polished barrels of barley brew tended by silent hands in clean tunics. Instead, there were dirt paths trampled by oxen, shallow wells dug with worn tools, and streams that functioned as laundry lines, livestock troughs, and waste disposal sites all at once. In this setting, water was everywhere but rarely safe. People drank it anyway. Some lived. Wells were precious but vulnerable to contamination from nearby latrines, burial grounds, or even the runoff from tanneries and dye houses. Streams and rivers, while convenient, were unpredictable. In dry seasons, they stagnated. In wet seasons, they overflowed, carrying human and animal waste downstream and, sometimes, back into the food supply. Even rainwater, collected in barrels, quickly turned foul in the absence of proper covers or filtration. Or the occasional dead rat could all turn a clean-looking bucket into a microbial trap. The result was a population deeply acquainted with illness. Children were especially vulnerable, and many did not live past the age of 5. Adults, when possible, turned to alternatives. Unlike the monks, however, most villagers lacked the time or tools to brew properly. Home-brewed ale often fermented poorly, spoiled quickly, and could even become toxic if mold grew in the barrels or wild herbs were added without care. Still, brewing, at its core, required boiling the one step that made the difference. Might not taste great, but it would kill the worst of what lurked in the water. Over time, a curious hierarchy developed. The rich drank wine, And though the Church never officially decreed beer as holy, it became, in practice, a liquid sacrament for those living under its roof. This disparity did not go unnoticed. In desperation, people drank from ditches. Some tried to purify water by adding vinegar, ashes, or even warm milk, none of which reliably worked. Priests occasionally preached that sickness was a punishment for sin, and urged villagers to cleanse their souls rather than their stomachs. But behind the sermons, the monks sipped from ceramic cups of cloudy ale and rarely fell ill. The divide between monastic and lay sanitation widened. Monks wrote about health, copied medical texts, recorded death tolls in neat Latin ink. Outside the monastery walls, entire families disappeared during plagues. Their names never entered in any book, and still beer flowed. In some regions, monasteries became public suppliers. During outbreaks, villagers would gather at abbey gates, not for prayer, but for the gift of a jug. Not because they sought salvation, but because they knew, perhaps without understanding why, that the liquid inside was the cleanest thing they'd taste all week. The idea of water as dangerous took root in the culture. It lingered in language, in superstition, in custom. Pregnant women were told to avoid cold water. Travelers were warned to boil whatever they drank, or to mix it with spirits. In this way, beer became not only a beverage, but a boundary between health and hazard. And while monks continued to fine-tune their brewing, adding hops for bitterness and preservation, the rest of society caught up only slowly when they had the means, the knowledge, or the access. But what did this mean for the future? As science began to challenge superstition and medicine slowly turned its attention to invisible causes of disease, would beer remain the safe haven it had been, or would it, too, be replaced, refined, and forgotten as a stopgap of a dirtier age? As the bells of Europe tolled toward the Renaissance and the scientific revolution stirred in lecture halls and libraries, the world that monks once quietly protected through fermentation began to shift. The secret that they had guarded not purposefully, and with it, the role of beer as a silent savior from poisoned water, entered a new phase, less sacred, perhaps, but no less essential. By the 17th century, cities were growing. Populations swelled. Urban centers like London, Amsterdam, and Paris teemed with laborers, merchants, and immigrants, all jostling for space, water, and safety. In these crowded environments, water sanitation had not improved. If anything, it worsened. Open sewers ran through alleys. Wells were few and often fouled. Cholera outbreaks decimated districts. And yet breweries, many modeled after monastic systems, the drink had become not just a health safeguard, but a social contract, part of the machinery of industrializing Europe. But the monks remained relevant. Some of the oldest beer recipes survived not in taverns, but in cloisters. Their margins were filled with notes about temperature, fermentation time, and the qualities of spring water. These scribbles, simple, repetitive, obsessively the quiet groundwork for what would become brewing chemistry. When early microbiologists began studying fermentation centuries later, they marveled at how monasteries had controlled bacterial environments without even knowing what a microbe was. The monks had no microscopes. They had consistency, silence, and centuries of trial and error. Eventually, the religious monopoly on brewing faded, Secular breweries industrialized, recipes scaled up, hops were standardized, yeast was isolated and cultured. By the 19th century, beer was no longer the murky, cloudy porridge of the medieval period. It was filtered, carbonated, and mass-produced. Glass bottles replaced ceramic jugs, pale lagers eclipsed brown ales, and beer, once a cloistered safeguard against death by water, became a drink of leisure. Ironically, it was around this same time that actual drinkable water finally became widely safe again. Sewer systems were overhauled, chlorination and filtration were introduced. Public health campaigns taught people to boil water or avoid certain sources. Slowly, the terror of tainted water receded, and beer lost its unique survival role. Some abbeys shuttered their breweries, others continued, but as commercial brands, modern drinkers may not think of dysentery when they lift a glass. But in every pint, there's a trace of that ancient logic. This liquid is safe. Behind the crisp finish and golden color is a whisper from a time when water was the enemy and beer was the cure. A reminder that cleanliness isn't always about what you scrub, but sometimes about what you swallow. And in that way, they were the accidental guardians of the gut in the bustling heart of a 10th century Islamic city. From the marble courtyards of Cordoba to the shaded alleys of Baghdad, there was a sound that echoed with quiet insistence. Water being poured into cupped hands. It was a sound so ordinary, so constant, that few remarked on it. Yet it marked the beginning of a habit that would, for centuries, define the difference between the Islamic world and much of Europe. The ritual of staying clean, not for fashion or fear, but for faith. Long before Europeans adopted regular bathing as anything more than indulgence or emergency, Muslims across the caliphates washed 5 times a day. This wasn't optional. It wasn't a sign of wealth. It was religious law. Islam, from its very foundation, emphasized physical cleanliness as a prerequisite to spiritual readiness. The Prophet Muhammad himself had said that cleanliness is half of faith, and so, from the ruling caliph to the youngest street porter, washing was built into daily life with such regularity that it became invisible. The process of wudu, ritual ablution before prayer, was practiced not just by clerics or elites, but by everyone. Hands, mouth, nose, face, arms, head, ears, and feet were washed in a specific order, with intention. The poor used what little water they had. The wealthy constructed elaborate fountains. Mosques included Sibil's public fountains or basins at their entrances. Travelers washed on the road using leather water bags. Even the desert-dwelling Bedouin, if water was scarce, were taught to perform tayammum, a symbolic form of washing using clean dust. The point wasn't just physical, it was ritual purity, a mental and moral cleansing reinforced by action. But unlike the rigid rituals of some faiths, Islamic hygiene was intensely practical. The rules extended far beyond prayer. Toilet etiquette, for example, was codified in detail. One was to use the left hand for cleaning oneself and the right for eating, an oral tradition that doubled as a safeguard against contamination in an age before soap. Water was used for cleansing after defecation wherever possible, not just wiping. Public latrines were widespread in major cities, some even with rudimentary running water or attendants who maintained the space. The famous Kitab al-Tasrifa, 10th century medical encyclopedia, written by al-Zahrawi, included sections on treating skin infections, wounds, and cleaning surgical instruments with alcohol and boiling water. These weren't symbolic acts. They were early public health. European observers, when they traveled east, were baffled. Crusaders returned from the Levant, bemused at how often Muslims washed. Diplomats from Spain and Italy wrote of baths and basins, of perfumed soaps and scented oils sold in open-air markets. In contrast, many European cities still dumped waste into the streets and maintained that too much bathing weakened the body. Medieval physicians in Paris warned that water opened the pores to illness. Meanwhile, in Damascus and Cairo, bathhouses operated as civic utilities, with some cities boasting dozens of them open to rich and poor, Muslims and non-Muslims alike. This wasn't simply a matter of religion. Islamic hygiene benefited from geography and infrastructure. Access to Roman aqueducts in the Levant, Persian water management techniques in the East. But more than that, it was cultural will. To do so wasn't just unpleasant, it was shameful. Still, this meticulous attention to washing had its limits. Epidemics still came. The Black Death did not spare Muslim lands, though some scholars noted that cities with more baths and stricter cleanliness fared better, and Islamic medicine, while advanced, still leaned on humoral theory and astrology. But in matters of basic sanitation, the Islamic world was centuries ahead. Soap was produced in massive quantities using olive oil, and some of it exported to Europe, where it was treated as a luxury. Physicians recommended frequent hand washing, dental care with the miswak stick, and regular bathing. All of this was happening while much of Europe still believed that water could seep disease into the bones. And so, medieval cities, one world reeking of rot, and another rinsed 5 times daily. The question wasn't just who had more knowledge, but who believed in the value of cleanliness deeply enough to institutionalize it. Europe would eventually catch up, but for centuries, it was the Muslims who led by example, their cities echoing not with filth, but with the splash of running water, poured one palmful at a time, in the dim alleys of Fez, the bright courtyards of Cordoba, and the tiled markets of Damascus. The production of soap wasn't a luxury craft, it was a civic industry. Enormous cauldrons, boiled olive oil, lye, and alkali salts, stirred by thick wooden paddles as the scent of lemon or laurel hung in the air. Soap makers worked beside perfumers and spice traders, and their products were sold as casually as bread or grain. In the Islamic world of the Middle Ages, soap wasn't indulgence. It was infrastructure essential for the maintenance of both bodily cleanliness and public dignity. European travelers described these workshops with admiration, even confusion. In a time when many Christian monasteries in Europe still discouraged frequent washing, considering it a temptation to vanity, Islamic cities hosted public bathhouses that offered not only warm water and steam, but also soap, towels, and attendants to scrub your back for a few coins. Soap was used daily, not ceremonial, and it came in bars, pastes, powders, and even infused cloths. Some cities, like Nablus in Palestine, became known for their export quality soap centuries before. France or Italy established their own soaperies. Medical hygiene, too, reflected this advanced understanding. Islamic physicians, inheriting and refining the works of Hippocrates and Galen, wrote prolifically about sanitation. Al-Razi Reyes, a 9th-century Persian doctor, emphasized the importance of clean hands before surgery, recommended boiled water for wounds, and advised hospital workers to keep patients in ventilated, orderly spaces. Hospitals in Baghdad and Cairo, funded by WAQF endowments and open to all employed cleaners who disinfected tools using boiling water and vinegar. This wasn't germ theory as the modern world would define it, but it came remarkably close in practice at a time when barbers in Europe doubled as surgeons and wiped blades on their tunics between amputations. Islamic surgeons like Al-Zahrawi were illustrating multi-volume medical texts with step-by-step instructions on wound irrigation, abscess cleaning, and post-operative washing. Scholars debated them. Patients expected them. But this cultural commitment to hygiene extended beyond formal medicine. It shaped the layout of cities. Mosques were built with attached hammams or access to nearby bathhouses, tiled washrooms. Even poorer homes typically had a corner for washing with a water jug and basin. In many neighborhoods, communal taps or cisterns ensured that even those without private means could maintain basic cleanliness. The language reinforced the priority. The Arabic word tahara means purity, and daily vocabulary was constant. Children learned from a young age that certain acceding, praying, touching religious texts required a state of cleanliness. A person who neglected these duties could be excluded from prayer or social gatherings. But it wasn't just guilt that kept people washing. It was habit, routine, expectation, just as people are taught to brush their teeth today. Medieval Muslims were taught that a clean body was part of a sound soul. Europe, meanwhile, lagged behind, not for lack of knowledge, but lack of will. Roman aqueducts had long since fallen into disrepair. Medieval bathhouses that survived were often linked to brothels, casting bathing as suspicious or even sinful. Some church leaders preached that physical filth helped preserve spiritual purity, and many Christian pilgrims bathed only upon arriving at holy sites, if at all. By the 14th century, the contrast had grown so stark that even during the Black Death, some European cities banned bathing altogether, fearing that open pores invited plague. Muslim doctors, by contrast, prescribed more washing during outbreaks, not less, and so, city by city, century by century, a quiet split widened. One world cleansed itself ritually, mechanically, socially convinced that water and soap were as central to civilization as writing or law. The other recoiled from the bath, associating it with sin, sickness, or shame. And while both worlds suffered disease, one entered modernity with a better chance at health, not because of miracles, but because of routine. But how long could ritual hold back plague? Could soap and scrubbing alone protect against ignorance, politics, or war? And what happened when the intellectual torch that had lit the Islamic world began to dim? Even as Europe slowly, haltingly, began to wash again. As the golden age of Islamic civilization faded into a haze of fractured caliphates, colonial encroachment, and political upheaval, the hygiene systems that once distinguished cities like Cairo, Cordoba, and Samarkand from their European counterparts began to crack, not due to science or religion, but because the empires that sustained them could no longer hold. The fountains still trickled, the bathhouses still stood, But the civic spirit that had once maintained cleanliness as a public good was fraying under the weight of disunity and, increasingly, foreign occupation. In some places, like Ottoman Istanbul or Safavid Isfahan, cleanliness retained its ritual authority well into the early modern period. Bathhouses remained central to social life. Soap-making and perfumery were stable trades. Children still learned ablution from their parents, and even the most modest villages expected running water, or at least a clean jug at the threshold. But behind the scenes, the administrative structures that had once invested in water management-funded cisterns, repaired aqueducts, regulated bathhouse standards were being dismantled. Wealth, once directed toward civic health, was now funneled toward war, bureaucracy, or appeasing colonial powers. Meanwhile, Europe, once content to stew in its own superstition, was undergoing a slow, hygienic awakening. The Enlightenment brought curiosity. The Industrial Revolution, urgency. With urban populations booming and disease outbreaks impossible to ignore, cities began to invest in sewer systems, water purification, and eventually, germ theory, the very principles that had guided Islamic hygiene: routine washing, sterilization. Running water were rediscovered by scientists like Pasteur and Koch, and so the baton passed silently. The Islamic world had pioneered cleanliness centuries earlier, but now it was Europe that codified it, studied it, and ironically claimed it as modernity. This shift wasn't just medical, it was political. North Africa and the Middle East in the 19th century often viewed local hygiene practices with condescension, even when those practices outstripped their own. British doctors in Egypt criticized water rituals as superstitious, while failing to provide functioning sanitation. French officials in Algeria closed traditional bathhouses, labeling them breeding grounds for disease, their central role in preventing it. The same hand that brought microscopes often swatted away centuries of practical knowledge. Back home, in London and Paris, the first public health movements began citing Islamic precedents, though rarely by name. Surged bathhouses returned, now clad in Victorian marble and scientific authority. Hospitals adopted antiseptic procedures. But the irony was thick. The very acts that had once marked Muslims as excessively fastidious were now being praised as signs of progress, so long as they came with lab coats and Western accents. Back in the Islamic world, the damage was more than symbolic. Water systems fell into disrepair. Urban populations ballooned without corresponding investment in hygiene infrastructure. Colonial policies left little room for traditional health customs, and post-colonial governments often struggled to prioritize sanitation amid economic and political instability. What had once been instinctive a culture of ritual washing, soap use, and public bathing became, in some regions, fragmented, still practiced, yes, but no longer universally supported by institutions. And yet, remnants endure. The wudu basin still sits near the mosque entrance. The bar of olive oil soap still rests on the windowsill. In Indonesia, Morocco, Pakistan, and Turkey, children still learn to wash before prayer, to cleanse after using the toilet, to keep the body as sacred as the word. The rituals never vanished. They simply lost the infrastructure that made them easy. Today, the West talks endlessly of hand sanitizer and antiseptics, of behavioral science and public health campaigns. But more than 1,000 years ago, in cities where minarets rose like needles against the sky. Men and women were already washing their hands before meals, rinsing their mouths after sleep, and scrubbing their feet before they knelt to pray. Cleanliness, once half of faith, had been full of foresight. And somewhere between a dusty manuscript and a bar of soap, an empire had quietly outpaced the world, till the world caught up and forgot where it learned to wash. In the mist-laced woodlands of early medieval Rus, where pine needles carpeted the ground and rivers froze into still silence for half the year, the pursuit of cleanliness took a form that would seem punishing to many. Beating oneself with birch branches in a suffocatingly hot wooden cabin, only to burst outside and plunge into a hole in the ice. It wasn't for the faint of heart, but for the people of the Rus Slavic tribes, Norse settlers, and later, Orthodox Christians. This ritual was more than tradition. It was survival. It was wellness. And somehow it worked. Long before most of Western Europe had grasped the concept of regular hygiene, the Rus had developed a system that combined heat, purification, and social bonding into a single space. The banya, a modest wooden structure tucked into forests or perched near village edges. The banya was no architectural marvel, but it was one of the most important buildings in Rus society. Heated with a stove filled with heavy stones, water would be ladled onto the rocks, filling the space with dense, wet steam. The temperature soared, pores opened, sweat poured, dirt, dead skin, and fatigue seemed to vanish with each breath. Then came the Venic bundles of leafy birch, twigs soaked in warm water and wielded like whips. People flogged themselves or each other with rhythmic thudding strikes, not to inflict pain, but to stimulate circulation, open the skin, and aid in purification. The scent of birch fresh, herbal, astringent, mingled with the sweat and smoke. There was no soap in the modern sense, but the combination of intense heat, moisture, and exfoliation accomplished what few other hygiene systems of the time could. It actually cleaned the body to outsiders. The practice looked savage. Arab diplomat Ahmad ibn Fadlan, who encountered the Rus in the 10th century, famously described their bathing rituals with a mix of fascination and horror. Every day, he wrote, they wash their faces and heads in the dirtiest, most disgusting water imaginable. He misunderstood what he saw, likely the basin of water, reused in ritual washing, but he didn't miss the broader picture. The Rus bathed far more often than the people he met elsewhere in Europe, and they did so even in the dead of winter. After sweating and flogging in the banya, it was common to rush outside naked and roll in the snow or plunge into a frozen lake. The shock was intense, the scream reflex involuntary, but the result was unmistakable. Invigorated blood, tightened skin, and the kind of cleanliness no cold water rinse alone could achieve. This contrast between fire and ice wasn't merely a test of strength. It was part of the cycle of purification. The cold sealed the pores, calmed the body, and symbolically locked in the benefits of the heat. Men and women often bathed separately, but the banya was universally used by peasants, nobles, warriors, and monks alike. In villages, it served not only as a place of hygiene, but as a space for childbirth, healing, and even magic. The bannock, a household spirit believed to dwell in the banya, was treated with both respect and wariness. Pregnant women sought the banya's warmth. The sick hoped its steam would purge their illness. And before major feasts or Orthodox holy days, the entire community passed through its doors to emerge refreshed, ritually clean, and ready for worship. But what made the Russ' approach to hygiene so unique wasn't just the intensity, was the consistency. In a world where many medieval Europeans might bathe only a few times a year, the banya was used weekly, sometimes daily. It wasn't luxury, it wasn't penance, it was routine. Children were brought in as soon as they could walk. Elders sweated alongside them, and even as the Russ converted to Christianity and adopted new customs, the steam and birch never disappeared. Why did this brutal, brilliant practice thrive in the coldest corners of Europe? How did the Russ understand cleanliness in ways their neighbors didn't? And what happened when Mongols, missionaries, and modernity tried to wash away a system that worked? As the Russ principalities grew first, fragmented, and feudal, later united under Kyiv, and still later battered by Mongol invasion, the humble banya endured through war, conquest, fire, and frost. This steam-soaked wooden hut remained a fixture of daily life. And as empires rose and fell, it did something even more remarkable. It adapted, absorbing the pressures of outside influence without surrendering the core idea that a clean body was a strong, sacred, and social one. When the Mongols swept into the steppe and subjugated Kievan Rus in the 13th century, they left a trail of burned cities and broken alliances. But they didn't destroy the banya. In fact, they seemed to respect it, or at least tolerate it. The Mongols themselves were no strangers to ritual cleansing, favoring smoke, fire, and symbolic purification after battle. Though their understanding of hygiene was different from that of the Slavs they conquered, they didn't impose bans or interfere with the practice. The banya continued to steam through the winters, even as tribute was collected and princes were made to kneel before khans. Meanwhile, Christianization was sweeping through the land. Orthodox priests, imported from Byzantium, viewed the banya with a complex mixture of suspicion and practicality. On one hand, its association with nudity, pagan rites, and the presence of the bannock, that mischievous bathhouse spirit, made it suspect. Some clergy even claimed that the devil himself lurked in the steam. On the other hand, Orthodox Christianity inherited from the Eastern tradition a respect for cleanliness and ritual washing before prayer. The Church never officially condemned the banya, and many monks made use of it, particularly in the isolated northern monasteries where water was harder to come by. Instead of outlawing the steam, they baptized it. Literally, by the 14th and 15th centuries, it wasn't uncommon to find bathhouses standing near churches, their smoke curling into the sky just beyond the domes. The ritual changed shape. The pagan chants were softened or silenced. The offerings to the bannock faded into folk memory. But the rest remained. You still beat yourself with birch. You still poured water on the stones until your skin prickled, and your lungs filled with damp heat. You still plunged into snow or lake. The body was purified. The soul, it was believed, followed close behind. Even as European cities like Paris and London struggled to build sewer systems, the cities of Novgorod and Moscow expanded their networks of bani. Wealthy nobles began building private bathhouses on their estates, more spacious and ornamented than the communal village versions. These elite bani featured dressing rooms, warm tiled floors, attendants, and perfumed water for the final rinse. but their purpose never drifted too far from the original, to cleanse through sweat, steam, and shock. Interestingly, medicine began catching up. While Russian healers still leaned on herbalism and prayer, many also prescribed banya sessions for fever, chills, and general fatigue. When epidemics broke out, plague, influenza, but to fight for one's life, whether it worked is hard to quantify, but the people believed in it fiercely. What's striking is that there was little stigma attached to the practice. In Western Europe, bathing was often seen as sensual, sinful, or suspicious. Public bathhouses became associated with sex work, disease, and moral decay. But in Rus, no such shadow fell, something animal and ancient. Yet, by the time of the Tsar, Russian ambassadors in Europe boasted of its health benefits. Peter the Great, ever the reformer, brought modern plumbing to cities but never once tried to replace the banya. He simply modernized it. But how did this steam-soaked tradition survive the industrial age, the Soviet era, and the glass towers of modern Russia? Could a practice born of pine forests and pagan rites remain relevant in the age of elevators and antiseptics? By the 19th century, the banya was more than a tradition, it was a habit etched deep into Russian identity. But now a new force loomed, the Soviet state, with its atheist slogans, industrial ambitions, and emphasis on collective living. If anything could have erased the steam-soaked rituals of the Rus, it was the brutal uniformity of socialism. And yet, the banya, stubborn, smoky, and soaked in birch, endured. The early Soviet years brought immense disruption. Civil war, famine, and forced modernization reconfigured cities and villages alike. Sanitation became a public concern, especially as people crowded into communal housing blocks, known as communaki, with limited plumbing and privacy. But, in a strange twist of history, this scarcity actually revived the communal bathhouse, not as a luxury, but as necessity. Clean yourself, they were ideological tools. Cleanliness, once a spiritual obligation or folk custom, was now a duty to the socialist collective. These Soviet bani were vast multi-story facilities with tiled floors, wood-paneled steam rooms, and strict schedules. Men and women bathed on different days. Birch branches were available for purchase. The banya had become a kind of people's temple, a place where all were equal, naked, sweating, scrubbed of both grime and ideology. But for many, especially in the countryside, the older, simpler banya persisted. A wooden hut, a pile of birch, a bucket of cold water, no slogans, no tile. Grandparents taught their grandchildren how to tie the venik bundle, how to sit just above the stones for maximum sweat, how to pour the water at the right pace to create the perfect rolling cloud of steam. These were not medical techniques. They were inherited motions, passed down like lullabies or recipes, full of tactile memory and unspoken logic. Science eventually caught up. By the late 20th century, doctors were studying the effects of the banya on circulation, immune response, and mental health. They found what generations already knew: the heat cleansed, the cold invigorated, and the ritual itself carried psychological weight. It reduced stress, it built resilience. With chrome and glass, smartphones glow in the hands of teenagers. Public health campaigns speak the language of microbes and antiseptics. But still, the banya holds. In suburban neighborhoods and forest retreats, in luxury spas and sagging village shacks, the The fire is stoked, the steam rises, and the birch is soaked. Visitors still marvel at the sight. A man, red and glistening, steps from the wooden door, steam pouring off him like smoke from a furnace. He walks barefoot through the snow, breathes in the icy air, and plunges into a hole in the frozen river. When he emerges, shivering and laughing, he is not just clean. He is renewed. What began as pagan ritual and evolved into communal survival now stands as a quiet monument to the resilience of old wisdom. Heat, cold, and birch. No miracle cures, just 1,000 years of sweat and steam, and a reminder that sometimes the best way to stay clean is to embrace the elements and beat yourself with a tree.